Are we live yet? I don't know if I have this thing hooked up right. Oh, there we go. Okay. Coming to you live from South Florida. Whoa. That mic coming in too hot. Let's try that again. Coming to you live from South Florida in the Project Shop studio. We actually out in the shop today. And oh, let me mute this. We got some feedback. Okay. So I want to apologize to everybody. Yesterday I tried to go live, but my phone was having some issues, and I couldn't get a code to log on to the Chrome because you can only go live from Google Chrome. I don't know why I'm not seeing the live chat. I can only see it over here. We're having technical difficulties. So I got a makeshift desk out here in the shop. Got a big old pile of wire behind me. I don't know if you can see that. We got some big old nuggets in there. We might strip that here in a little bit. That's funny. I'm not seeing the chat on the StreamYard sign. But I wanted to get on here, thank all the subs, and try out my new internet. I actually have internet in the shop now. The whole year and a half I've been here, I've been using the neighbor's internet. He gave me his code when I first got here, and it worked great for the most part, except for when I go live. And I have a nice router, and I'm actually hardwired in right now to the router, so there should be no lag or none of that stuff. So I hope this is a better experience than the last 3 lives I've done. How many? You may have to use the chat, use the iPad for chat. Yeah, because I'm not seeing nothing here on StreamYard. Excellent video feed quality. Yeah, thanks. So now whenever I go live, I'm not even going to use the Wi-Fi. I got a 50-foot cord, and I'm just going to plug right in so you guys can get a good a good visual here. The junk guy, ready to see the motor splitter done. Yeah, me too. Scrapmeister editing a new video tonight. Cool, man. Oh, and that's another thing I want to tell you guys. I do have an editor. They actually edited one video that you guys seen. The steel yard video when I went to the steel yard. A simple video, just something to get their feet wet and get the editing style down. It's still a work in progress. We're actually changing up how we're going to do it, because in the beginning I was going to upload the projects onto Premiere Pro, but that's a lot of work. And my whole thing about getting an editor is I want to just shoot. I want to be out here shooting content for you guys. I don't want to be in there in the office playing on the computer, playing with the stuff, basically. So they're going to come by the shop once a week and basically upload at least 2 projects that they can edit, remotely. We are still going to use the Premiere Pro remote editing. So when they're editing, I can actually see what they're doing, and I can come in and look at it, review it, make changes if I want on my end. I still want to be able to make changes, but it's a whole work in progress. But we're making some good progress on that end, and which is going to free me up a lot of time, like literally hours, that I can be out here in the shop working on all the projects, building a STATA record, getting a granulator fixed. Wait till you see what I got in store for that. I've been behind the scenes, I've been gathering up a lot of the parts and pieces and bits and steel, and unfortunately, I've had to regather some of the stuff that I've already had. But that's in the past, and we're just going to keep moving forward. Let me see. I want to keep up with these chats if anyone's asking questions. Oh, so a couple reasons I wanted to get on here. One, to thank all the subs. I really do appreciate everybody subbing and watching. And two, my first video that hit a million views. That's the how to make $1,000 a day scrapping. I forget what the title is. I wish I can show. I got to figure out how I can show you guys stuff on my screen. I'm gonna work on that so I can get you better live streams. Because I'm actually going to be doing a whole nother thing where it's mainly just going to be me talking about all kinds of stuff, which is coming about because of something that happened to me a year and a half ago, and looking into why it happened and how certain people were able to do and get away with things. It's actually very disturbing. So we're going to be talking about all that stuff in another podcast. So let me see what we got going on here. I like your stripping machine. Thank you. Actually, I have some 600 MCM. See that big white chunk right there? And I'm going to try to run it through the little machine there. I don't even know if it'll fit, but we're going to try it here in a bit. I had a big pile. You'll see a video coming up here soon. I did it all in not real time, but like with the head cam. I stripped all a big pile, like I think it started out at 800 pounds. And when I was done stripping, I had like 700 pounds of copper. But I pretty much stripped it, in real time with the head cam. And get this, I have two things. They're outside right now that I got that I'm going to remove parts on. You know how one of my big things is I love repurposing stuff. So I have two really cool big electrical gear things that I'm going to be taking some parts off of. First, we got to test it to make sure they work. But then we're going to take the parts off, and then we're going to be adding it to the wire stripper. So for those of you who watch the channel know I've talked about this in the past, but that nitrous button on the Hurst shifter, it's going to go right along with that. And it's going to be pretty awesome. We've been drinking lots of water around here lately, trying to cut down on the Red Bulls. That stuff ain't too healthy for you. Let's see what we got here. Wow, you guys are blowing up over here. Hi, everyone from Northwest Missouri. Cool. Hey, I have family, friends of my parents live in Missouri. I'm currently stripping copper myself. Sweet. What kind of machine are you running? Are you doing it by hand or are you running a machine? You ready for the storm coming towards Tampa Wednesday? You know what? I literally just seen, I don't watch the news. There's too much negativity going on with that. So I don't even know where I was online. But I seen, DeSantis just declared a state of emergency. And I'm like, wow, that's interesting. I have no idea. I like live in a little bubble, man. I'm not on the news thing. I should probably pay more attention to what's going on. Hi from Edgewood, Maryland. Cool. You're in the path of a hurricane that's going to be hidden through there. No, I didn't know that until earlier today. But I always got fuel. I got generators. Now that I know that, tomorrow I'll go get, I don't know, some more food. I always got food in the fridge and water. Robert Davenport, Pennsylvania. I just purchased a granulator like yours. Only paid $500. Got the idea from you. Keep them coming. Sweet. I think the one I got, we paid $400 for at an auction. It was a plastic granulator from a plastic mold injection company. So after they inject stuff, there's always tabs and stuff from where it's being injected. They cut it off, and then those things are reground into pellets. Now, the one that I have, we actually had to speed it up. It had a 3-phase with a planetary gear system on it, and it turned kind of slow. So we took all that off, put a bunch of pulleys on there, and sped it up. And then the motor that's on it now, or that I robbed the motor from it and put on the wire stripper when I burned up the 110 3-horse motor. I dropped that 220 5-horse motor on my wire stripper. But the RPMs is way different, man. It's 1700 RPMs. You really want like what was it, 3700 RPMs, I think. When it was running at 37 RPMs, it was just chewing through some copper. But that's cool, man. Yeah, if you can find them cheap, man. You know, I had to modify the screen. I could have bought a screen for it for like $600. I just found a piece of metal in the shop and welded it down in there and just drilled all my own holes. And that was a process too, because when I drilled the first set of holes, they were too small and it wasn't letting the copper come out the bottom. So it was kind of just like building up and jamming up, and I had to re-drill them. But once I got the holes right, that thing worked like a dream, man. Mark Rice, I'm in Michigan and I watch all your videos and enjoy you taking and letting us know what you're doing and how it helps you get the money back from the stuff you work on or you work with. Cool. Thanks, man. Yeah. And you know what? Like, I don't know if the process that I do for certain things is like the right process. But it seems to work. And, you know, just like what I have available, the tools I have and whatnot, I just always try to make it easier. And I'm sure there's easier ways to do some of the things I do. You know, when it comes to like breaking stuff down, it's pretty simple. I mean, you're just taking stuff apart, you know what I'm saying? So there's a process, and you just got to figure out what's the easiest process that works for you with the equipment or the skill set that you have available to you. 1 million views. Check that video. Oh, thanks, Silverlicious. I appreciate that. Yeah, that's one of the videos that I get so many comments on to this day. Let's see. Brian T. Handick or something. Sorry if I screw up your name. I'm illiterate. Hi, Derek. I was wondering what the future of scrap is. You see in the future, looks like copper is reducing. Yeah. So things like transformers, definitely a huge reduction in that. Like when I started recycling, that's all I did. That was my first introduction into scrap, was copper transformers. And it was like nobody was recycling them. So right out the gate, I built a first generation of the press back there. That you know, I was able to come in and offer a price that was blowing the scrap yards out of the water. You know what I'm saying? It was very easy for me to get customers because, one, no one was really buying them. Most of the electrical contractors that did lighting maintenance, which down here in South Florida is huge. Like compared to most places, this is the lightning capital of the country. So if everybody's wondering how I get so many transformers, because they're getting like half a parking lot will get blown out by a lightning strike, and not so much anymore. They're doing lighting maintenance. Now I get a lot of them from straight up retrofits because they're changing them to LEDs. So I'll get the whole fixture and the transformer, which kind of sucks because the maintenance part is going away. But, you got to, I'm like looking towards the future. The stator wrecker is going to be a big part of it. Copper wire is not going anywhere. There are certain jobs, like you do have an option of whether you can pull in aluminum wire. And I do get a lot of that sometimes. But a lot of jobs, it's mandatory that you have copper wire. Matter of fact, a couple weeks ago or a couple videos back, I was doing a whole bunch of copper wire from a high rise on the beach. And the insurance company came in there and said, we're not going to insure you unless you pull all the aluminum wire out and pull in new. It was like 400 or 500 MCM they had to pull from the bottom to the top of this building. And which I thought was crazy. But, that's some, I get a lot of questions. Where do you get all that big wire? It's things like that, man. Like they have to upgrade these old buildings that might have aluminum wire, and the insurance companies are like, nah, man, we want copper wire in there. So they have to spend the money and pull out the aluminum and pull in new copper. And I got all the cuts and some extra pieces and whatnot. And obviously all the aluminum that they pulled out. But in the future, yeah, stuff like transformers, tons of aluminum in there, even electric motors. I have a bunch of, matter of fact, let me see if I can pan this camera around. I have a camera up here. I had a bunch of AC units. See that? Aluminum coils. I had a bunch of them that were aluminum, and all the fan motors from that they wind up being like aluminum windings. I'm sure a lot of you guys, I see the other channels that are breaking apart electric motors. I don't know like what the percentage is now, because I don't really split too many motors. I have over there, if you've seen in that last video with the electric boards, I've just been stacking on every electric motor that I get, which I don't get too many of them because I really don't push for that. I just throw in a pile, and I have a mountain of motors back there. And if you've seen that last video, I got some big boy stators. So when I do get that stator wrecker going, I'm going to recover a lot of the money I put out for the parts that I'm going to need. And two, I'm going to have a lot of different styles, sizes of stators to split to work through the process and, trial and error. You know what I'm saying? You got to have, you can't, I'm going to build the machine off of what I seen was the best stator wrecker on the internet, the most versatile one, I should say. But I'm going to have a big thing. And I'll tell you this, all of them big ass stators that I got, I got to stop cursing. All those big stators that I got, they come from the generators. So that's what I'm going to be going after. I got a guy on the line that I've been dealing with where I can get some big boy generators. I'm talking 75 kW, 150 kW generators. And he's been in the business for years and he knows all the generator people. So when I'm ready, I'm going to have an endless supply of like big boy 500-pound stators to split. And so far, every single one of them that I've taken apart has been copper. So I know a lot of the electric motors, like the smaller ones, like the pool pumps, the squirrel fans for the air conditioners, they all seem to be going. I've even seen them half aluminum, half copper, So, oh, hey, that's my mom. So for the future for me, I'm still looking for all the copper stuff. You know what I'm saying? I'm going to upgrade uh, the Copper King over here to literally it's going to be the Copper King. You know what I'm saying? Transformers, big 500-pound stators. It don't matter. Big wire. You know what I'm saying? Like I got some 600 MCM back here. It's going to chew through that like nothing, you know. And there's a couple mods. I've been gathering up some more pieces for the wire stripper too, man. Because there's going to be another round of upgrades for that thing. One, the nitrous button on the Hurst shifter is going to actually be an operational thing. It's going to be pretty cool. You guys are going to like that. And then there's going to be something. I don't know if I mentioned it before, but the way them rollers work, and you got to adjust them and this and that. And if you put wire on one side, they come up on an angle. I got a way to make them all the time come up basically parallel with each other or you know, which is going to be pretty cool. So, going back to what that guy was saying, what I think of what I see in the future. Copper's reducing in some ways, yes, but there's always going to be copper. You know, you can't just get rid of copper. Like I said, the insurance companies are making the buildings a lot of government projects. So one time I was involved in a demolition of a NSA spy building down in Pompano Beach. And I got 3 1,500-pound copper transformers. And it was like 10 300-pound copper transformers. And all of them were the easiest ones I've ever taken apart. You know, the big transformers, usually the plates, you know, they're like a W and one goes this way, one goes this way. And you either have to cut the coils. It's pretty much you got to cut the coils to get it out. Well, these ones, it was like a W on the bottom and just a flat thing on the top. And it just had straps holding it down. So I just literally took my bolt cutters and snapped the sides. And then I took my crane and slid the coils right off. It was one of the easiest transformer breakdowns I've ever done. But a lot of government buildings require copper transformers, you know, and like the older stuff, you know, which is all probably, you know, 20-year-old stuff is being replaced now. Like those computer boards I just did, they were from like 1998 or something, or before that. You know, all that stuff is coming out and being upgraded, probably with junk. You know what I'm saying? But there's still going to be copper. There'll always be copper. Okay, let's see what else we got. Is that why you look to manufacturing your own stuff? Well, to be honest with you about manufacturing my own stuff, ever since I was young, I've always wanted to build, you know, even like having this shop. When I was a kid, you know, I looked at like my stepfather and all of his friends. They all had shops, and like all the people in my life, all the people I worked for, everybody always had like their own shop, and they were doing their business or whatever in their shop. And I always told myself, man, one day I want my own shop. I don't know what I want to do in it. And you know, when I was younger, I've done just about every job under the sun. You know what I'm saying? I worked in a restoration shop. I worked, you know, with a roofer once, a carpenter. I laid tile, carpet, did a little electrical work. That's why I know like a lot about electrical. And that's one reason why I can get a lot of customers, or like I got the customers that I got. I don't even try to get customers no more. And the crazy thing is, I don't even go out and look for copper or call anybody. I just wait till the phone rings. If the phone don't ring, I just sit here and, you know, in the shop or do it. I mean, but my phone rings all the time, unfortunately. So there's always something going on. But since I was a kid, I've wanted to have my own shop. Now, I didn't know what I wanted to do, but I wanted a shop that I could do anything. You know what I'm saying? Like, I wanted to be able to fix my own vehicles. If I wanted to build a house, or, you know, just pour concrete. You know, I worked for concrete. You know, I poured concrete when I was younger. I actually worked for a union company doing that. I worked for the second largest concrete demolition company in the whole country. I've been all over the United States demoing bridges, buildings, um, working in nuclear reactors, cutting stuff, you know, um, so I got a wide range of uh, knowledge when it comes to processes and how things work, and just trade in general. And um, none of that really, like, how could I say this? It never. The whole time I had any of them jobs, I never thought like to myself, "This is what I want to do. This is what I want to be." There was always like something in me. It was like, I want to make something. I want to build something. I want something that's going to like work my mind. So I want to take, when I got into recycling, I've always wanted to take the copper that I get and make a product with it. Something that I'd be proud to put my name on, something made in America. And not that like I'm talking down on other countries. I think all countries should be making most of their own products, you know what I'm saying? And be proud of it. Not like we have now where there's one country out there that wants to be the world's manufacturer, but they put out shit products. You know what I'm saying? If you want to be the world's manufacturer, be proud to put your name on something. They slap their name on everything and it's garbage. You know what I'm saying? Well, not all garbage. I can't say that because I like Apple. I mean, I got a slew of Apple products right here that are pretty much made in China. But their work conditions and ethics isn't something that I really like. I mean, look at Foxconn, where the iPhones were made. I don't know if they're still made there, but they literally had to put suicide nets on the building because the workers were committing suicide because of the work conditions. What the hell is that? You know what I'm saying? And why are we okay with hold on, something's going on with my computer. Am I not? Oh, I'm not plugged in. Hold on a second. My computer's losing power. Okay. We almost lost the stream. Yeah, anyway, I think like most products should be made locally. You know what I'm saying? It shouldn't all come from one place where they're using slave labor and paying people with a bowl of rice. And they got their kids chained up to the fence outside or some crap. There are some horror stories coming out of that place. But I believe that, like, most tools or like shoes or clothes, they should all be made locally, man. You should support, your family and friends. Get them a business. You know what I'm saying? Like, manufacturing. If there's a part or something that can be made locally, let your local people make it. You know what I'm saying? Stimulate the local economy, not just one place pumping out crap. You know what I'm saying? But I want to make a quality product made right here in the USA, because back in the day, something that said made in the USA, you knew you was getting something special. You know what I'm saying? I mean, maybe not so much now because things say made in the USA with global parts. That's a total cop out. You know what I'm saying? I mean, what'd you do? You had it made in China, you shipped it over here, and maybe you put it in a different box. Screw that, man. That's a cop out. You know what I'm saying? Even if it's like made in Mexico, you know what I'm saying, or wherever, Honduras, Europe, wherever you're from, man. You know what I'm saying? You should be making your own stuff and be proud of it, and put out a product that you'd be proud to put your name on it. Some of the stuff that's being pushed out there is just garbage, and it's really, to me, it's like a waste of resources to produce something that's just so crap. You know what I'm saying? But I want to make some nice things, and that something that's going to stimulate my mind, and keep on the cutting edge of what's going on. There's something, and it's the actual reason I started YouTube. Like most people, I think I've said this before, I didn't start YouTube to show you anybody all my secrets of what I was doing, or my machines, or recycling. I started it to build an audience for something that I wanted, a product I wanted to make. But this was, God, it's been forever now. This was around 2008 when that housing market crashed. That's what got me into recycling. And at the same time, I was trying to start this other project that I had built a prototype for. And the recycling thing kind of just took off and sidetracked me. And then, like, certain life situations and whatever, and having to move and dealing with certain things just kind of put everything on the back burner. And in my last shop I had before this place, I was trying to get back to that, which I actually acquired, like the milling machine back there and the lathe and some other things. I had a huge punch press that wind up going missing, as you could say. But that I was just getting ready to try to get back to making my original product. And then that whole scandemic came along and kind of sidetracked that. I wound up having to work from home, put all my stuff in storage, because everything stopped. And I had this huge shop and this huge rent, you know what I'm saying? And everything kind of slowed down. I didn't know what was going to happen. You know what I'm saying? I'm watching everybody kind of bow down and suck the D of their slave master and shut their business down and stay home for no reason. You know what I'm saying? So, I had to, I didn't want to lose what I had gotten. I had to kind of take a step back. But we're trying to push forward. And the hardest part for me is time. Because I do the recycling thing is like a full-time thing now. You know what I'm saying? And then YouTube is a full-time thing. And then editing is like almost a full-time thing. So it's a lot to try to manage all that by yourself, you know what I'm saying? And not have the right team behind you, so definitely. And one thing about what I want to manufacture, like starting off with the copper, is I can have some CNC machines. There's a couple CNC machines I'm looking at that I can have over here running in the background, like 24/7, lights out, as they call it. So yeah, that's where I'm sorry, I'm trying to read this stuff. That's kind of where I want to go in the future. I'm still going to do the recycling thing always because I kind of like that. It's like you're saving stuff from going in the dumpster and you can make some decent money at the same time. You know what I'm saying? Because a lot of the stuff, like I was talking to a customer the other day, he was like, "Oh yeah, we've just been throwing these lights in the trash, like paying for a dumpster." I'm like, dude, this is what I do, man. Call me up. We'll get you paid for this stuff. All right, let's see what this is. So disappointed. I saw live stripping and wanted to see something taken off, like wire insulation. Yeah, I'm going to get to that in a minute. I just wanted to talk to you guys, but there's a big pile of wire back there. We're going to fire up the machine here in a little bit and start stripping. Finally doing the shear. Yes, that is what I was talking about. What's up, Billy? Hi from Kansas City. Soaking in acetone, smaller gauge wire. Soaking in acetone? What are you doing that for? I have a question. What is your monthly power consumption for that shop? I have no idea. My electric, water, garbage is included, but my rent is astronomical. I pay $4,250 a month for this shop, which is a huge undertaking for one person. So, fortunately, I'm set up to where I can make a lot of money really fast, but I still, you know, it's not like something I do full time. And with running the YouTube channel, it kind of hinders me from really expanding. Like I said, I don't solicit customers. Um, so I just wait until the customers I have call me. So, um, yeah, I don't pay anything for electric, which is why I want to get some CNC machines in here. It's not going to cost me anything. Um, and if you can see, I usually there's 2 fans running back there. I only have one. I got one pushing over here, and there's actually a fan behind me. So I don't know if you can hear all that, but they're all on low. It's hot down here in South Florida. Um, Live stream processing during a hurricane. Are we having a hurricane right now? I don't know. I didn't even look at the, the weather. Uh, Scrapping Irish, what's up, dude? I'm pretty sure I see that dude live all the time on the internet. 345 Farm. Hello from the Northeast. That's where I'm from, man. I'm originally from South Jersey. I grew up in the Pine Barrens, right around where Scrap Farm. He says he lives in the Pine Barrens as well. Let me see. Let me get to all these questions, and then we'll fire up the Copper King and strip some wire. Would be fun to see a granulator video. Yeah, I know. So I think I went over this in the last live stream. The problem with the granulator is when I got it, Big Show, the dude that's responsible for all of the steel coming up missing that I had set aside for the Copper King and the Stater Wrecker. And I'm talking about 1/2-inch thick plates, like the big plate, the 4x10 plate. I had a couple of those. I had 3/4 inch 4x8 plates. I had I-beams. I had angle iron. I had 95% of what I needed to finish the project. And 95% of that, or 100% of that is now gone. So let's see. Waving hello from Canada. What's up, my Canadian peeps? Well, it's one thing I think is amazing about YouTube is I get to talk to people from all over the world, which is really incredible. Hey, dear sir, regards from far Ukraine. What's up, Vladimir K? Hope you guys are doing all right over there. Heidi Boldman. What's up with the Banshee? It's actually in the other bay, and I had all these AC units. I literally cleaned out that bay so that I could, one, work on the Banshee and drag my forklift over there and finish doing a rebuild on it. And then all these AC units came in, and I was going to try and sell them as working units. But that was just like a nightmare. Dealing with tons of people emailing me, people saying they wanted to come over and show up, and then, not showing up. And then some of the people that did show up, I got people like they're looking around my shop, and, it's like I'm a private person. I don't let people know what's going on. Like most of the, like during the day, if you drove by here, my doors are closed, even though I'm here working. Like you might see a 6-inch crack at the bottom, but I don't like people I don't know coming in and seeing what I got going on, because you just don't know nowadays. You know what I'm saying? You got to be very careful who you let in your circle, which is why, like, especially down here in South Florida, there's a lot of crazy people. You know what I'm saying? I'm I like to stay protected. As you can see, I don't know if you can see what we got going on here today. We got the 75 round chopper on deck, just in case someone wants to fuck with my stream. But you know, I can get access to stuff like that. So can people that would like to do you dirty. So I'm very limited on who I let around my stuff. But I just scrapped out you'll see a video coming up here soon. I broke down most of those AC units. I did wind up selling one of them. I kept 2 of the 5-ton units so that I can put air in here. And just keep, they were like brand new units. I couldn't see, scrapping them. Yeah. What's up? See you scrapping. Hello from Romania. Wow. Thanks, man. What's up, Billy Junkenpool? That guy's got a cool shear. Let's see what we got here. Be humane and dispatch that copper first. What are the next, John Daly? What are the next couple mods for the Copper King? Okay, so I was referring to earlier. I'm gonna add a shear to it. It's gonna have an automatic shear, and I almost want to. I don't know if I talked about this before, but I want to be able to continuously run the machine with like a big spool and chop the wire on the backside, which is, I'm still working out how that's going to work. Because the first shear I'm going to put on there is going to be on the front side, and that's going to be to cut the wire. Like if I have a big pile like that and it's dragging up into the machine and I have to cut it, normally I stop the machine, I'll cut it, and then I got to refeed it. So if you're running a spool and you don't want to I get a lot of people thinking that I'm crazy for letting it mound up on the backside. 2 things on that. One, if you keep the footage below like 10 feet or so, it doesn't matter. It's just gonna and you pick the copper up from the top. You always try to get the stuff that just came out of the machine. Don't pull from the bottom of the pile. You're just gonna knot stuff up. You know what I'm saying? There's tricks to doing that. But if you keep it 10 feet and you have the machine set to where it's stripping it right, you're just pulling out. And as you pull it out, as the copper's like coming against the other copper, it's helping peel the stuff off, but I want to be able to send a spool through there and the machine not stop and it split it on the backside and just be kicking out 6-foot pieces or so, something easy you can pick up and with one hand, just if you have to peel, because even with that machine, you'll see in the video coming up, and matter of fact, it might be because this is some of the same stuff. Even with that machine with the 4 rollers, some copper does not automatically split. You know what I'm saying? You still have to pull it apart. But when you split it from the top and bottom, it makes it a lot easier than those machines that just cut it from the top. Which I think I mentioned in the last live stream. I had Stripmeister contact me, and they wanted to send me one of their nice machines, like the big boy that they have, their industrial one. But where I sell to in Miami, they have an industrial 3-phase wire stripper that is like a industrial version of a Stripmeister. It's just got the V at the bottom that spins and then a blade at the top that's an idler. Okay, now they work. I see them guys stripping it, but I'm always watching that guy run the copper through a couple times. You know what I'm saying? And what I don't like about those machines is the idler on the top is not rolling with it. You know what I'm saying? All the pulling force is coming from that bottom single roller. Now they work. I've seen everybody that has them use it and it works, and it's definitely better than hand stripping. But in my opinion, it don't even compare to the little Model 1000 on the side, which has two rollers. Even though there's only two rollers, they're both spinning. They're both pulling. You know what I'm saying? And you know what? That machine, and this is something I just thought about and noticed the other day. So the Model 1000, there's gears in the bottom down there, right there. One's bigger than the other, and the one roller actually spins faster than the other roller. So as they're both pulling through, it's actually slicing. You know, it's making a cut. So I was looking at my big machine, and I noticed that even though all the pulleys are the same, so the roller on the bottom has big grooves cut out for, you know, the wire to feed through, but the blades are all like big. So those blades are actually spinning faster than the roller at the bottom. And being that I have four rollers, the blades are actually spinning slightly faster. So that machine's doing the same thing. And I just came to that realization the other day looking at it. And, you know, because I sit there while I'm running that, I'm looking at the machine. I'm looking how it works. I'm looking at what I want to change and make different, and how I can make it more efficient, you know. And I was thinking, oh, maybe put a bigger gear on this roller and the bottom roller with the blades. But if you think about it, if that blade is bigger than the cup that's cut out, it's actually spinning faster. So I don't even need to do that. So watching live from Okeechobee, Florida, Tommy Garcia. What's up, buddy? That's right just west of me, really. You said in a letter you were illiterate, I guess. Pretty damn smart. So you figure out a lot of stuff out of a lot of people that wish they could. Yeah, I guess, man. Just so like everybody knows, like I have no like college. I didn't even finish high school, man. Dumb decision on me. I thought I was going to be doing something else, but dumb decisions I made as a teenager. You know, but I'm waiting for those huge stators full of copper. Let's go. Yeah, me too. You were finally doing the shear on the Hurst button. Been talking about it for years. Much longer than the stator. Yeah, I know, man. You know what, dude? If I could just sit here in the shop and build stuff, that would be like my ultimate job. But unfortunately, no one's going to pay me to do that. And no one's going to pay the $4,000 a month rent that it takes to operate this place. So unfortunately, I actually have to go out and spend time bringing in revenue, so that I can pay for this place and then pay for the stuff that it's going to take to make all that happen, because it's not cheap. But you know, I'm a one-man show and I'm doing what I can. I'm sorry if it doesn't, if I can't get it done as fast as you or I would like it done. Like ultimately, I just like to sit here and build stuff in the shop all day. Waiting for the mega scrap and trailer build. Okay, so I'm prioritizing my forklift before I mess with that trailer. I'm actually hopefully going to be pulling that thing across like I said, I had those AC units come in and fill that bay up. I was going to try to sell them, so I kept them good, but I wind up just scrapping all of them except for 3 out of the 8, which you'll see here in a video soon. On the chip boards, I wouldn't grind them up. It's better to sell the boards together unless you're going to pull the chips off to recover the gold. Yeah, so on the computer chips, or the where are they? They're in here somewhere. what I'm going to do with those is, I think they're right there. I think they're over here in that blue drum over there. I'm just going to hold on to them and see if I come across any more. I don't get a lot of electronic waste, you know what I'm saying? That came from one of my customers that does all the maintenance at the one of the hockey arenas for the Florida Panthers, actually. So they're actually doing a huge LED retrofit here soon. So we'll be getting some big 1,000-watt lights from them, tons of them, hopefully. What's up, Big Country Scrapper? Whoa, let's see what we got going on here. Those units at your cap, were they 22 or are 410A? The AC units, is that what you're talking about? Salty blank zero? I have no idea. If you're talking about the AC units, when are you gonna put out another Transformer wrecking video? Got one coming up. Like I said, I had a bunch of videos. Like I had so much footage that I shot. I just didn't have time to sit there and edit it. That I ran out of room on my computer. My computer only has a terabyte of storage, and I had like 1.3 terabytes stored on there somehow. And all my SD cards were full, and so I actually got an external hard drive now, and I have to go through all that footage. Could you granulate the circuit boards and get the good stuff out of them? I don't know if I would granulate them. You don't want to be like, the granulator is not really something you want to stick stuff that has hard, like bits of aluminum or, anything really thick. I mean, I'm sure it would granulate it up, but I wouldn't want to stick that down in there and mess the blades up. That's what I meant to say on the granulator. So the guy that we originally I got it from messed the blades up, and then when I had the motor burn up, and I went from a 3,700 RPM motor to a 1,700 RPM motor, it hammered on them blades and it wore the shaft out. So the blades, they have a little bit of play, and the keyways got messed up, and those blades there's 7 blades, I think. There's 7 or 8 blades that have 3 blades each on them, and they're like $700 a piece. So I got to figure a way of either like welding the shaft back up and turning it down on the lathe, and then taking the shaft on the milling machine and cutting a new keyway. I think that's the only way I'm going to be able to salvage those blades. I could put it back together, but it's just going to hammer itself. I don't know if you watch the last video I did with the granulator, while it's idling, you can hear the blades chattering around in there. They're just kind of slamming back and forth on the keyway, and it wore the shaft down. Like you could see there's like indentations on the shaft. So if I put it back together and started running it, it's just not going to last long. It's going to ruin the blades more than they already are, and they're not so far gone to where I couldn't repair it. But the shaft itself, I either need to get a whole new shaft, or I think the best way is going to be to me just welding a new layer onto it and then milling it, putting it on the lathe and cutting it down. All right, I'm gonna answer all these questions real quick, and then we'll strip some wire here. Hi, I'm 14 my 14-year-old son owns a scrap yard and dumpster rentals. Ryan's Recycling Service. He watches a lot of your videos together. Keep them going. 14-year-old son owns a scrap yard. That's incredible. Good for you guys, man. That's pretty cool. What's up, Greek gods? Morning. It's like 8 o'clock at night. Where are you at, man? I love how much scrap you have. I would be there for hours. Yeah, I am here for hours, man. Do you ever go to E and H in Orlando? No. Orlando's like 3.5 hours north of me, so I go actually, next week maybe. I'm doing a big lighting job up in Orlando, so I'll be up there. But I don't go sell scrap there. E&H, is that a scrap yard, I guess? I'm not too familiar with them. Would be nice to have a winder for the insulation and cutter for the wire. Yeah. Polk County boy here. What's up, Jason? Whoa. Let's see what's going on. Besides your strippers and shears, what's your most used tool or equipment in your shop? That's a good question. Pretty much my wire stripper lately has been used more than my transformer press. Just simply because the transformers are going away and I don't get as many as I used to. But I don't know. It all depends. I don't know. I would say my truck maybe is my most used piece of equipment, and my trailer. Yeah. But that wire stripper is probably the most used now. The transformer press is slowing down. I use that jaw back there. You see there hanging. We'll be using that here in a minute to cut up some of this wire. But just processing stuff on a table, maybe my DeWalt drills and stuff. I don't know. That's a good question. I think the efficiency would increase if you turned it 90 degrees and used it as it was intended. Do you think having it on its side affects the machine? Are you talking about the Model 1000 stripper here on the side? Where's it at? That thing? It doesn't affect how it works at all. The only thing it does affect is a little bits, and actually you can see the covers off. You can see the little drive shafts and everything. I actually like seeing all that work. I know it's dangerous, but it still works as normal. I mean, there's a video I have on YouTube of me feeding 4 wires at once into that thing, and it strips them, as it's intended. It doesn't work as nice as the other machine, but I don't see it I don't see it being turned 90 degrees causing any issue other than the gearbox in the bottom, the oil. I had to make a plug for the vent, and sometimes little bits will fall down into where the things are, which is why that covers off. I was cleaning it out, but ultimately, because that thing runs slow, I want to actually turn it back the way it's supposed to be, but I need to flip it and change the rotation, and I want to add it right to that. I want to incorporate it into that machine, so I can just pull a lever and engage it with a belt, and it run off that 5-horse motor. You know what I'm saying? And make it go a lot faster, because I'd like to be able to just set it up for a size and feed it along with the other one. But I got to get it to strip in one pass like the other machine, and I think I have a way of doing that. But the efficiency it doesn't change the rate in which it feeds. It's literally 3 times slower, no matter which direction it is, than the big machine. I would separate out the low grade circuit boards and sell those off locally. The higher grade boards save up until you have enough to fill a Gaylord to make it shipping cost better. Reach out if you ever need e-waste device. That's my primary recycling source. Central LW Central TN, is that Tennessee? Yeah, but I like, the thing is with the boards, I really don't get that many at all. Like, that was just like a fluke that I got those. They were just retrofitting their I think those all came from like the lighting system. It was like some crazy lighting system they have over there. But yeah, okay. When I'm ready to do something with them, I don't even have a lot of them. It didn't even fill up a full 55-gallon drum, so I'll just store it somewhere until either the price goes sky high, or for what it's in there. You know what I'm saying? I doubt it would be worth me doing much with it until I get more of it. Alvin Whitlock, what does the scrap pay you for when you granulate the copper? Number one, bright and shiny? No. So when you chop copper, it's a whole nother price, which I don't understand it. It's like it's like around the number one copper price. It's not, you're not going to get bright and shiny for it, and it might even be less than the number one copper. But when I had that granulator set up, it was actually a really cool setup. I had the granulator over here. I had the main wire stripper in the middle, and then I had my homemade wire stripper off to the side, which there's a video of that before I scrapped it out. I took parts off it and just scrapped the rest of it. I would be feeding like solid core through my homemade stripper, because that stripper just squeezed so hard it would strip the solid core, and then all the big wire I would send through the big machine, and then all the other spaghetti wire I had a big cutter I would chop, and I would just be throwing handfuls, listening to the granulator chop until it kind of freed up, and I would just keep it running. And having 3 machines like that, I would mow through piles of copper so fast. It was incredible. Like, I would just keep stripping. Like, even if all the big wire ran out, I would be feeding the wire stripper with the spaghetti wire until all of the copper was gone. I would keep feeding the granulator at as fast as I could feed it, before it would jam. Because you can't just throw constant piles in there. You got to let it clean out. You know what I'm saying? I would feed 3 machines at once. You know what I'm saying? I actually had a guy just prepping wire. He would pull out the long runs and whatnot, and we would just be sending it to the backside in a big old pile of mess. But we kept it, like, at that time we were doing about 20-foot lengths or shorter. We tried to keep it around 10 foot. We learned, you keep it below 10 feet, and it doesn't matter how big the pile is or how crazy it looks on the backside. It's just gonna, and if you peel from the top, don't start pulling wire from the bottom. Always peel from the top. It's just gonna come right off, and you can go through the whole pile with no problem. What you'll see here in a minute when I start stripping this wire. All right, let's blow through the rest of these comments. Let's get some water. Okay. And thanks to Silverlicious, he contacted me about being a moderator, and gave me some good information on about going live and stuff and when to do it. It's 8:25 here in Canada. Oh, you're in Canada, dude? Greek Gods? That guy comments on all my videos. I really appreciate that. And I appreciate all the people that leave comments on all the videos. There's a bunch of you that comment on every single video. I really appreciate that. How you doing, Copying? Just kidding. Mark B, yo, what's up? Hey, man. I see you got hardwire internet. Yes. So I hope the feed is coming in good and no glitches and whatnot. I know that last stream was a lot of BS going on. Well, I thought you were stripping copper. Yeah, I just wanted to get on here and talk with you guys first. We'll strip some wire here. I'm waiting to see what you do with that big wrench trailer you got. Winch trailer, I guess. Yeah, we're gonna cut all that crap off it and make a good scrapping trailer. Ed Weber, hey brother, glad to see you're up and running. Thanks, dude. Yeah, e-waste on average, you're looking at maybe 2 or 3K for a Gaylord full of some boxes on top. Sometimes electricians have it, but most of your sources probably won't have it readily available. And the people I deal with, they're electrical contractors. They're doing like service work, changing panels, changing lights, pulling wire. Not much with the electronic stuff. Will the Engine Whisperer ever come on a live? I don't know. He's doing some of his own stuff right now, so he hasn't been around here for a week or so now. It's 2 a.m. here. 2 a.m. Damn. Well, thanks for joining the stream at 2 a.m. Yeah. Thanks, Greek Gods. I appreciate that. Thought about finding a forklift. Yeah, I have one, and it's literally right outside that door, and most of the parts for it are on the other side already. Already got stuff ready to go. Still got the Banshee. Yep, you'll be seeing that here soon. Good evening from Newfoundland, Canada. 30 degrees Fahrenheit. Yeah, it's probably like 80 something degrees here right now. Yeah, I could use a forklift, definitely. My back's been telling me that for a while. All right, look. I'm going to go over here and start this wire stripper up. And let's get to stripping and see how fast we can blow through this pile. I'm probably just going to wind up stripping most of the big stuff. I'll leave the spaghetti for later. There's not much spaghetti. Like, most of that stuff is pretty decent. But I'm going to get set up on that real quick and see how that goes. It's my first time working live, so bear with me. See if I can get the camera a little closer. Now, the audio is coming from this mic, so I don't know how well this is going to come through, but first thing we're going to do is what I like to do. We have a bunch of big coils here. I'm going to chop some of it up with this jaw. Kind of make it easier to go through the machine. When we're dealing with hydraulics, you know, I had one of these things blow up on me one time because I'm running 10,000 psi on a 5,000 psi system. So whenever I'm running these things and you see me looking back, that's me looking at the gauge to make sure that I'm not overpressuring the system. Because my first jaw, which is over there, I blew apart the blades, putting too much pressure to it. There. Looks like 400 or 500 MCM. Pretty big stuff. Now this thing here, this is a 2-speed pump. So it'll start closing, then it'll go slow and close. And then the same thing when it opens. You actually have to release it and hit it again, and it'll pick up speed. This is just cheap Chinese eBay special pump I'm running. But it does the job. Okay. We got an absolute mess over here. I don't remember what I had this set on, but we're just going to run a couple pieces and find out. Definitely don't have that set right. I think that was the wrong hole. And, oh snap. Definitely need a reverse on this. Try that again. There we go. It ain't set up for that size. I think I had it dialed in for the smaller stuff. Smack in the face. It's just a little small. This stuff here I'm running through the smallest hole before it goes to a single cutter and just squeezes it on the backside. This is the last one that has 2 cutters. That wire was a little burnt. What took me off my feet? Trying to get all that big stuff. See that? That's some 600 right there. They had pulled in a shitload of this stuff, and they do what's called, a lot of places do what's called ringing the wire, ringing it out, where they have to test both ends to see if it's like chafed. Somehow they can tell if the wire got chafed in the cut. And they pulled the wire in, it got chafed. It failed inspection, they had to pull it out. They pulled more in, it got chafed, they had to pull it out. You're talking big wire, man. They ate a bunch on that one. I actually want to try to run some of this through the little machine. I see, look at that big old pile of wire just in that little bit of time. We're going to try to just get through this big stuff real quick. Deal with all the spaghetti later. Sometimes, man, you run into things like that. The ends are squashed. Sometimes you might have to cut them. Borderline too big for this hole. I found that if you go more than 80%, you run into problems. Oh, yeah. Not even stuff like this with tape. I can just let the machine separate that. All right, now we got some big stuff here. 600. Actually, that looks like 500. Yeah, I don't know. Not as big as that stuff. All right. Now this big stuff, I could just stretch this out, but it's going to be on the back side. It's a problem. So I like to minimize that, and you know, just taking a couple minutes and cutting it down to the smaller pieces, especially this big stuff, man. You don't want to be handling a 10-foot section of 500. It'll wear you out, man. I was spiking at 4,000 psi, 3 pieces. So we don't want to go more than 3 pieces of this big stuff. Oh, I think we got 4 pieces in there. Oh, we're pushing the limits there. You seen that last video with the steel where I was cutting up them tracks. I had this thing free-handed, and what a difference the tool balancer makes, man. I can operate this with one hand effortlessly compared to picking this heavy thing up. Okay. Cut that up a little bit. Now this thing does have a cutter, like for cable or round stuff down in here. But then you're like cutting one at a time. I like to get in there and cut everything at once. And this is just fun, man. I love this thing. Definitely beats working for someone. Okay. I make quick work of that. Now, get on the big stuff. Start with this stuff. I've already set up this. The wire tangle you up. Now I forget what this was. This might have been 600 or 700 pounds, something like that. The only problem sometimes with that draw, like the wire sometimes it makes it hard to go through the machine if it's close to the side hole. All that tape, I let the machine separate that. Might be the wrong hole. Oh yeah. Okay. This is where reverse comes in. That was more like 90% of the hole. It didn't like. I might actually have to loosen the rollers up. Now, when shit like this happens, I always start the machine in a neutral position and rod the clutch on. Try that again in the right hole. We got back roller tightened up a little bit on that side. What I would do is actually jack this thing up, but The way that works is there's a pin that goes up through here and a thread at the bottom, and that's supposed to be in there, but the thread's stripped out, probably because it's made in China or wherever. There's no name. People ask me all the time what type of machine this is. I have no idea. I bought it in pieces, used. And the closest thing I can think of that it was there used to be a company, they advertised them as Super B wire strippers or something, yellow and blue. But that's about it. So now what I'm thinking I'm gonna have to do is just loosen up on these so the blades can come up. Pull all this wire away from here. Probably good. I think I can do this brown stuff. Yeah. Change anything. See what's happening there? If the rollers are going sideways, not doing the best job. I think this is like 500. Probably have to readjust that. Stuff looks like 400. Definitely a bigger size. now what I want to show you guys is this other machine and the difference. Get some power to it. This machine, I think it's a horse and a half or something. Yeah, 1.5 horse, single phase, 110 motor. So it's definitely not going to be as powerful as the 5 horse 220 motor. But the cool thing about this is I could run 2 500s at the same time. See how slow that is? And any little interruption, not just deadheads into that pile of wire, but it is stripping both sides. But as you can see, this is what I don't like about it. It has like the blades, there's so many of them. It makes these multiple cuts, and sometimes it doesn't always cut it. But it does strip it one pass, no problem. Now, this is what I really like about the machine. Is I could run both of these in here at the same time. Oh, this is a different size wire. Okay. This is at 400. I was running that 500 from there. Might be too tight. But it'll strip 2 of them at the same time. I don't know any other machine that does that. But this is a different size. Got to get it dialed in. Now this one's real finicky because there's no spring to kind of let it float. If you go too hard, just going to just get it dialed in real quick. There it is. Now, even though it didn't peel it, it is stripping it. But you got to sit here and get it started, you know, and peel it down. Get 2 new pieces. And it's not as good as that machine as straightening it out. You got to kind of have the pieces straight before you start. And I talked to the manufacturer of this machine. I got the owner on the phone. And he told me a lot about it. They're still selling these machines. They sell them for $3,000. It's kind of crazy. There you go. See that? See, this one you need to peel, but it comes right off. Now, let's do a speed test. This big piece versus this little piece. Almost. Let's doing its thing. Let's do this big stuff. Dial in. Stuff like that. Better off cutting that off before you start. This is a workout. All right. We're going to send a longer piece. You know what? Let me get the dial in for this. And problem, see this right here, probably why they had to pull this all out. See all this chafing, all this stuff? Now, I'm not going to even try to send this through this machine because I know it'll cause problems. I'm just going to send it to the big machine. Like, no. So now I got enough to gauge that box. I don't even know if this thing will take this 600. I'm going to try. Oh! Still beat it. Yeah, we were a little tight. It turned that 600 into like a 400. But it did it. One more piece. Woo. See, the stripping it part's easy, man. That don't take nothing. It's the cleanup, the getting the wire. So I actually have a Gaylord, like a big box over here that I'll be it's hot. I got my fans on low right now. And just so it's not too much noise, because normally I have 4 fans, 2 pulling air out of the shop, 1 blowing air in the shop, and then another one wherever I'm working blowing right on me. Because it is hot in South Florida. So let me see here. I'm going to I actually have to I was supposed to tear weight. I forgot to tear weight the box and the pallet. So I can't even do that right now. How was that audio? Let me see what's going on here. Why is a picture in a small box? Why is a picture in a small box? I don't know. Is it not a full screen video? I'll tell you where we're going, straight to the scrapyard. Yeah, I love that video, man. The stripper machine is a beast. Yeah, it don't play around. Everyone smash that like button. Thanks, Mark. No PPE at all. That's the project. So, hey, I was wearing my glasses, you know, and I got the real personal protection. You know, we stay with the 75 round chopper over here. We always protected, man. And there's a gauge back there too. That's the kind of protection I like. Interesting how quiet the machine is now versus during the regular video. When I'm doing the regular video, then GoPros are like really close to the machines. Right now, the audio is coming from this mic. So let's just say, I believe it's because the mic is being used for, yeah. 700 pounds in say an hour while making a video. Find source of material. Locked up by others around me. Yeah. So if you're trying to get an electrician, especially a big contractor, as a customer, it's not easy, man. I'll tell you. I was lucky because when I started, I was looking for a specific thing, copper transformers, specifically HID transformers from the light and maintenance, and nobody was really buying them. So, you know, it was almost like shooting fish in a barrel for me. Plus, I had the machine, so I knew how much I could produce in an hour and how much, you know, like in the beginning, 99% of what I was picking up was copper transformers. So I would literally just go pick up. That's why I have a crane scale, and I don't know if I showed it. I think I showed it at the end of one of my videos, the pick barrels, where I used to be able to flip the barrels into a bin. All I would do is go around pick up transformers all day long. I didn't even offer or mention anything about copper wire. I actually got schooled by an electrician about what not to say to an electrician, because they get calls all day long from the scrap yards and other people like me, you, all the little scrappers wanting to buy their copper. So if you're going to want to get a good big time electrician, like, what are you going to offer them that the scrap yard's not going to offer them? Down here, a lot of scrap yards offer pickup services. So, like, you got to be able to beat that price. You know what I'm saying? You got to be able to, you know, come correct. But I'll tell you what, I get this all the time from people I talk to and electricians. They don't like the scrap yards. You know, they think that they're shady people, and you know, they don't like dealing with some of the people, you know, especially if you're calling and harassing. Like the guy I got this wire from, he told me there was a guy that was coming by, and he's one of these people. They'll come in looking for breakers. Oh, we buy breakers and we buy electrical gear. But as soon as they get there, they want to buy, they look at the copper and they try to offer them a price on the copper. You know, ultimately they're looking for the copper, but they harass them. You know what I'm saying? They'll be calling the office, harassing the girls on the phone, you know, looking, you know, keep calling and calling. And like, I don't even call nobody. You know what I'm saying? Like, people call me, and I think I'm very lucky that I got that situation. But I don't want to harass nobody. I'm not sitting there calling people every week. Hey, man, you got any copper I can come by? You know what I'm saying? Like, they want to sell the copper. They want to do business with me because they like me. You know, I come there and I bullshit with them. I talk shop. Well, that's another thing, man. You got to be able to, you know, talk with them like they're your friends. You know what I'm saying? Like, I go to the gun range with some of my customers. You know what I'm saying? We hang out. You know, I've been to their houses, some of them. You know what I'm saying? Like, we're cool. And they always like to know what I got going on. Like, very, like, maybe 2% of my customers, which I don't even have a lot of customers anymore, actually come to my shop. Like, nobody really comes to my shop, but sometimes one of my customers does business right around the corner, so he'll stop in if I'm here. And they always like to see what I got going on. You know what I'm saying? They like my machines. I don't come across like the average scrapper, I guess. So uh, trying to get your foot in the door with the electrical contractors is a whole deal, man. It's like a process. You gotta you gotta be they gotta like you, because if they don't like you and you're bothering them, you know what I'm saying, and you just got to come correct, man, with a good price, offer them a good service. So yeah, it's hard if they're already locked up, especially if a contractor's been in business for years. He knows the game. He's already got someone he's been dealing with for a long time. So if you think you're just going to slide in there and take their customer, or get that customer, it's going to be an uphill battle. And unfortunately, it's not as easy as just, getting a wire stripper and then now you're in business. You got to have the customers, and it's going to be hard, but there's always, you never know, man. Cold calling is how I started, but I was cold calling for a specific thing, and I had a whole spiel where I never mentioned that I was a recycler or I was looking for copper, which is kind of crazy if you think about it, trying to be a recycler, getting copper. And somewhere I have the spiel. I'll find it and I'll go over it in another live stream. But like, yeah, sometimes, shit happens. Maybe they lost their contact. Maybe they're not satisfied with them, or they feel like they're getting ripped off, or maybe it's a new company. Look for new companies that are just starting up, and try to. One way I found about getting good customers is seeing people in the field and talking to them personally, rather than trying to cold call and talk to the office. If you can talk to someone in the field and get a good vibe with them, and even if they're not the owner of the company or the person that makes the decision on who gets to where the copper goes, if you get good with the people in the field that are bringing in the copper, they can tell their service manager, "Hey, man, I met this guy. Seems pretty cool." You know what I'm saying? Just don't come across like an asshole, or, I don't know. It's tough, man. It's a tough business. But I've got some things like, like I said earlier, wanting to make products. So one of my ultimate goals is to be able to take the copper I get from the customer and make them a product with their own copper. Ain't nobody out there doing that. Ain't no scrap yard doing that. And the product that I want to make is something that they'll love. Anybody really would like it. You know what I'm saying? And then just custom things. Like, I'll tell you, maybe you guys can do something like this. I want to be able to make a plaque with their company logo out of their copper. You know what I'm saying? So if you go there and say, "Hey, man, I'm looking to buy copper, but I'm not just a recycler. I'm a manufacturer. I'm going to make you a product with your own copper." You know what I'm saying? That's coming at a different level than just saying, "Hey, can I buy your copper?" You know what I'm saying? So, a little secret there that I'll be doing here soon. So stay tuned for that. Let's see what else we got here. As long as I've been watching, I can't remember his name. Who knows it? Yeah, my name is Derek. Thanks, Silverlicious, for getting the spelling right. Derek, could you make a fine living managing a full-scale scrapyard? Like, he's into e-waste now too. That's the money sector in 5 years, in your opinion. Talking about mining landfills for material. That's interesting. So I was actually offered to run a scrap yard for my buyer in Miami when they opened up a spot in. They opened up a new local where they buy from the public, because where I go, they don't buy from the general public. And it's funny because I'm like the smallest guy that goes. I show up my little truck and trailer, and I'm pulling up to semi trucks coming in from other scrap yards and big industrial places. They buy on an industrial scale, and they get shipping containers in from the islands. They bring them in and weigh this stuff and then reship them somewhere else. You know, they're an importer exporter. But they have 2 yards. Powerline Scrap in Pompano is owned by General Metals. And then they have another one. I don't know the name of it, but it's in Delray Beach. And they own that one. And when they were opening that, they asked me if I wanted to run a scrap yard. And I'm like, I don't want that responsibility. You know, because it would be nice. Like, I wish I had. See, when you do that, you need to have good people on your team, because even those guys running the scrap yard, when I used to sell to Powerline Scrap, there was a whole situation where 2 of the main guys that ran the place were straight up stealing money. Not only were they literally going to the safe, pulling out wads of cash, and they got caught on camera, but what they were doing is, say a guy comes in with 400 pounds of cast aluminum, you know, worth $200. They would pay him $400 on that, get like $100 kickback. You know what I'm saying? And then the dude that brought it in was getting an extra $100. Now, I found this out because I used to work, when I used to cut concrete, I used to work with with this guy. I'm not going to mention any names, but you know, this guy and his brother, who was literally just got out of prison not too long ago I mean, this is years ago, but he had literally just got out of prison because he was stealing so much shit. Crazy. But they were coming from North Palm Beach all the way down to Pompano. I seen him at Powerline Scrap one day, and I'm like, damn, dude. You know, I used to go down there because I originally started out living in Broward County, and I went to all of the scrap yards with 5-gallon buckets with 40 pounds that I weighed on like 3 different scales. So I knew I had 40 pounds in those buckets. And I went to like 6 different scrap yards, and I found out who was honest. You know what I'm saying? And I called the other people out that weren't honest. I pulled my shit right back off their scale. I told them how dishonest they were, told them what I thought about them, and then basically told them, you'll never get my business again. You know, but there was one scrap yard, and they didn't even have digital scales. Powerline Scrap, I haven't been there in a while, but they just had a manual scale like the one I got. But they were right on the money, 40 pounds. And they poured it into their bucket. This is what the other scrap yards were doing. They were taking it out of my bucket, dumping it in their bucket that had like a 5-pound tear weight. You know what I'm saying? But their tear weights were off, where they were getting everybody for like the one scrap yard tried to get me for 5 pounds. You know what I'm saying? And most of the other ones were like 2 pounds, 3 pounds, but they were all off. You know what I'm saying? And that's how scrap yards be getting you. Be careful when they take your stuff and they throw it in their buckets. You know what I'm saying? It's called a packing sheet. If you're smart, you'll weigh your shit before you go there, and make sure that they're being honest. Okay, I forgot where I was. Let's see. You need to sell merch. Matter of fact, the editor that I'm dealing with is actually going to start helping me on the whole social media. They actually used to work for the city of West Palm Beach, doing all of the like the social media for tourists, looking at the Instagram and the Facebook and their website. You know, so a logo is something that's in the works, and I think I'm going to start out with something simple like a hat, you know, or a shirt that says PSF. So that's definitely in the works. Let's see. Where are we at here? Big chunks of cash on the table. Yeah. You need to sell stripping machines. Yeah. So that's the stuff I would like to do. Like, if I had the time and the resources to just sit here and do research and development, I could build a stripping machine that would make that one like child's play. Like, that one's cool and does an amazing job. But it's going to get better, way better. It's going to be more efficient. Like, the camera was over here, so you couldn't see what was happening, but the bar, the round bar with all the blades on it, when you stick the wire in like this side, the blades come up and they kick to the side. You know what I'm saying? So it's cutting the side of the wire. And I want them to come up parallel no matter where you put the wire, you know, and that's something I'm going to be working on here soon. That's going to be part of the next modifications with the automatic cutter. Now, the automatic cutter, I have two of these things. So I have actually two awesome, I guess you would call them electric solenoids, but they're beast mode. They're like this big around, you know. They're badass. Wait till you see this. I have to test them. We'll put them on this table and test them, and then we're going to tear it down. There's tons of copper and silver involved in what I'm going to break down, so that's going to be pretty cool. Yeah, so selling stripping machines is definitely something I'd love to do, because I feel I could make a machine that's way better than anything that you can get out there. And the stuff that you can get out there, I mean, they've done their research and development. It's a good thing. I mean, you've seen that, even that Model 1000, as slow as it was, it cranked out 500 MCMs like it was nothing. You know what I'm saying? It's cool that your voice is coming in pretty good, but we can't hear the machines much at all. That's my mom. Yeah, sorry. And you know what? This mic has a button back here where I can change. Like, if I was going to record the whole room, I should have set it to record the whole room. Right now, it's just set for me, you know, speaking into the mic right now. 4 machines operating 8 hours a day, 500 per hour is some major cash if you could get the material. Yeah, see, so I could probably, no problem, get more customers to bring in that type of material. The problem is, you know, I'm not like open for business here to where I could have people coming in, you know. I mean, I guess I could, but how I get most of my work is I pick up the stuff from their shop. So I would have to be out all day picking stuff up, which I'd love to do, but I would have to have someone here I can trust in the shop. And this is the problem I've had in the past with every single buddy I've had here, that's not just going to leave my door open, and when I come back, have random people in my shop that I don't know. You know what I'm saying? Like, I'm a very personal, private person, and everything in here is my personal stuff, you know, and it's kind of hard for me to just relinquish that to other people because, you know, when I worked for other companies, I wasn't so much guilty of this, but I watched how the other guys that worked for the company treated the equipment, and they didn't respect it because it wasn't theirs. They would just beat the crap out of it. If it broke, screw it, you know, call the boss. He's got to fix it. So if something in here breaks, I have to fix it at my cost. You know what I'm saying? So it's like, that's always an issue, man. I've struggled with this I've been working for myself for 12 years now. And I've struggled with employees, having people work for me that actually give a crap, have a decent work ethic, and can actually, like, if something breaks, fix it right. Or at least, you know, call me and let me know what's going on. and then move on to something else and keep the money flow, not just stop and sit around and be bullshitting all day waiting for me to come back and then expect and get paid for not having no production. And the thing is with scrap, and I've said this many, many times in the past, the more you handle it, the less it's worth. 5 pounds of copper is only worth so much. If it takes you 5 minutes to process that 5 pounds of copper, you're doing all right. If it takes you 2 hours to process that 5 pounds of copper, well, you might as well just go do something else. You know what I'm saying? Because you're losing money, in my opinion. So, and, I've had people that wanted to be a partner with me, but none of them would bring anything to the table worthwhile for me. You know what I'm saying? It's oh, they want to be a partner. They just want to show up and get a piece of what I already got going on. You know what I'm saying? And just work for it, or it's just, if you want to be a partner, you better come with a big stack of cash, and then we'll talk, but yeah, that's why I'm I kind of just work at my own pace. You know what I'm saying? I don't stress out about, oh, I need to expand or I need to do this or that. I'm I just do what I can in the day, and I don't stress myself out. I do work hard, but I don't kill myself. You know what I'm saying? And I don't let stressful things, take over my life. I try to keep the stress. If there's stress in my life, I remove it. You know what I'm saying? People working for me stresses me out, so I don't have them work for me. If you show someone something 5 times and they're still not getting it, or I had someone in here breaking down transformers, right? And I've showed them, we have the machines, we're breaking down transformers. I was out doing something. I come back and they're sitting here with a grinder, using a grinder and I'm like, what are you doing, dude? And it's you wasted a bunch of grinding blades and a shitload of time grinding the welds on the transformer when I have a press that does that. You know what I'm saying? It's who even told you that that's how we do it? I showed you what we're doing and you're just off doing something else. It doesn't make sense. And, that was cool to watch. Thanks. I wish I would have teared that box because, I'd show you how easy it is to just throw that stuff in the box. Pretty much all that wire right there is going to take about the same amount of time it took me to cut that up and strip it to throw it in the box. I've been using those Gaylord boxes lately, and it's definitely better than throwing it in a drum or even making a donut. I like the donuts. Visually, they're cool as shit, but it is a lot of work to coil it up. Unless you have like the donut maker that I have, that just throwing it in there, it's not too bad if you can just throw it in there real quick. But if it's you're doing it on a pallet or something, it's a little bit more work. But it would be about the same amount of work as you fighting it into a drum. And this big old 600 and 500 and 400, they don't like twisting down in a drum. And then my buyer, they don't ship the stuff in drums. They ship them in them big Gaylord boxes. So it's easier for me now just to throw it in the box and send it to them like that, because they don't like the fact that I bring them drums. And then if I coil it down in there, it's stuck in there and they got to fight it to get it out. Nice junk. Hello, everyone. Sorry I'm late. What's up, buddy? See you scrapping. Look like the steel toe option also versus the flip-flops. Okay, so it's funny you say that. LW Central TN. I don't know if that's Tennessee. But I'm going to show you guys this now. I'm actually going to make a video on this, but these boots, okay, I don't know if you can see them. I don't know. I'm not going to tell you the manufacturer, but they're $160 pair of boots that were sent to me. Now, they didn't pay me, nor did I sign any type of contract. But you know, I get emails all the time, like every day, for sponsorships for the channel. And I'm not going to sit here and promote something I don't believe in or I wouldn't personally use. Or even if someone does send me, like, so they sent me these boots, and the original, this is how it went. They contacted me. I looked at their stuff. I'm like, yeah, it looks good. And then I just ignored it like every other sponsorship that sends me an email. And then I was like looking through it one day, and a guy emailed me back. He goes, hey, we know you might not want to be interested in doing a sponsorship deal, but how about we just send you a pair of boots? You know, we like your channel. We think you'd like our product. So I'm like, all right, well, if you're going to send me a free pair of boots, he was like, go to the website, pick out a pair, let me know, we'll send them to you. Sure enough, they sent me out a nice pair of boots. And this has, man, probably been 6 months ago, maybe now. So what I told him is, send them to me. I will wear them, see what I think, and then, you know, I'll get back to you. So they're actually great boots. They're comfortable. They've lasted. And if you can see, hold on, I'm going to show you my other boot real quick. So all of my boots wind up like this. Okay. Now these boots, they're Timberlands. They were made in Vietnam. Okay. So I can't hate on the boots that I'm wearing right now because of where they were made, but I do not like where they were made. And when I do show them on the channel, I'm going to make a video on them, tell you exactly what I like about them, what I don't like about them. But the reason I got these particular ones is they have this rubber thing at the top here. Okay. And they're actually really, really good boots. But there's just one thing that rubbed me wrong about the company. And, you know, I'm not going to sit here and have someone pay me to promote something that I don't like or don't agree with. I'm going to tell you 100% what I like about it, what I don't like about it, whether I'd use it or recommend that you use it. You know what I'm saying? And overall, they're good boots. Okay. But there is something that rubbed me wrong. And I can't really complain too much about it because, you know, everything basically is on the same level. And I have something else that another company sent me that I don't really normally use in my day-to-day operation. But now that I have it, I have been using it a lot more. Steve is a big fan of them. They actually sent me two. I gave one to him. He likes it. You know, and I do like it, but it's the same issue with that product. Okay. So you'll be seeing that now that I've used that product for about maybe 3 months and these boots for about 6 months. I'll do a video on them and show you exactly, you know, what I think about them. And I do have something else coming that, you know, they said they're going to send me. It's not something I normally use in the line of like recycling, scrapping wise, but it would definitely help me. And I do have something similar that I've used. So I'm really excited for that to come, and I'll let you guys know. But I'm not, dude, I get so many emails from so many different things, but I'm not here to sell you guys a bunch of stuff I don't think you guys would use or want. You know what I'm saying? Like if I personally use it, you know, I'll you know, definitely tell you guys, hey, you know, this is, and I show it, you know, I show everything on the channel. This is what I use and why. I'll tell you why I use it. And I like hearing feedback in the comments about, you know, the stuff that you guys use and whatnot. And, you know, maybe there's something better out there. All right, let's see what we got. It's crazy how people will donate on live streams to people who make emoji noises, but when someone does a stream showing people how to make money by actually doing some physical work, nothing said. Yeah, I really didn't get on here to have people donate money to me. I mean, it would be nice because I do put a lot of time and effort into the YouTube channel. I'm trying to get it to where, because it doesn't, the time that I put into, you know, over the past 3 years, the time I've put into YouTube, it definitely doesn't even compare to what I could have made just recycling. You know what I'm saying? We're talking pennies, you know, minimum wage. But it's getting to the point where in a little bit, the YouTube will start covering more of my expenses, to where I can spend more time in the shop, and showing you guys more stuff and building the products and whatnot. And which is why I'm getting an editor. Like, the editor's probably gonna suck up most of the YouTube money. I'm gonna use the money I get from YouTube to pay this editor. So if you could subscribe and like and, you know, follow the channel, because I'm gonna start pumping out more videos every week. I'm trying to do 3 videos a week. You know, I look at like all the big YouTube channels, not all, but there's a lot of big YouTube channels that I watch that got over 1 million subs, and they're putting out 2 to 3 videos a week. You know what I'm saying? So that seems to be, you know, the magic number. So I'm trying to get, you know, this whole time, up until, like, you know, last year, I started out, it was always 1 video a week, 1 video a week. I made sure I pumped out 1 video a week. And for the first year, I wasn't even monetized. It took me a year to get monetized. So that whole first year, I was making YouTube videos just to interact with you guys and, you know, show you guys an easier way maybe than what I was seeing out there for mainly the transformers and stripping wire. You know, I've seen some videos out there of people stripping wire, and you know, there's some good ones out there, but the way that I used to do it by hand, to me, seemed a lot easier than what I've seen. And especially like the transformers. I'll never forget the dude Brian that used to work for me showed me a video one time of a guy, and the video title, I'm gonna find that video and show you guys. It was like, and I don't even think the guy is a scrapper. I looked at his YouTube channel like a year ago, and he doesn't even put out scrap videos. He's like a family guy or something. But he was beating transformers apart with like a hatchet and a hammer on the floor, which is the first way I've ever seen a transformer get broke down. And the title was something like "Make $40 an hour scrapping copper transformers." Now, at this time, when I first seen that, I was heavy into the transformers, pretty much all I did. And, you know, my machines, if I'm, you've seen the video, I did all the math and showed it live, how fast the machine can break them down. If I'm breaking double copper transformers, that machine's going to operate at about $900 to $1,200 an hour profit. You know what I'm saying? On top of, you know, paying for it. You know, once you deduct all the cost of picking it, and like when I pick up transformers, this is another thing. Oh, it must take you forever to pick up transformers. Not really, because when I go pick them up, it's literally 55-gallon drums full of it. So it'll take me 30 minutes to pick up, 1,500 pounds of transformers. You know what I'm saying? And I used to do 3 to 4 stops like that a day. I'd come back with, a ton or two of transformers, so it was, and they were all copper back in the day. 99% of them were all copper. So I looked at that $40 an hour video, and I remember thinking to myself, wow, if these guys could only see what I got going on here and how I do it, their minds would be blown. And then at the time, I didn't show any, there was only like 2 or 3 people that seen my process. I didn't let no one in my shop. I picked all my stuff up. So it wasn't like I had customers coming to my shop. It was like a little secret thing I was doing. You know what I'm saying? And then one day I was like, whatever, man, I don't care no more. I'm just going to show an easier way to break these things down, even by hand. You know what I'm saying? If you don't even have the equipment, I haven't even seen anyone breaking transformers with a hydraulic press like me. I'd like to see if anyone's out there that has a machine that does it. I'd love to see it. Other than Jason from Mount Baker Mining and Metal, he runs them through that hammer mill, which is pretty slick. But that's a huge operation. And then you need like a mag belt and a whole separation system. You know what I'm saying? Mine is just 2 machines that I built on a Harbor Freight budget that just cracks transformers all day long. And I can keep up with his, he does, he's got a 1-ton machine an hour and a 2-ton machine an hour, I think. And I could easily do about a ton. It all depends on the size transformer. You're breaking them big 1,000 watters, each one is going to add up a lot quicker. You know what I'm saying? What do we got here? Oh, someone donated $3. Brian Bradshaw. Hey, thanks, dude. A super sticker. An electronic scrapper. $3. Thanks, man. I really appreciate that. All that money's going to go to pay for the editor to bring you guys better quality videos. But yeah, like I want to bring you guys better videos more consistently. And, I want to do 3 types of videos, which are all going to revolve around like what I'm doing here in the shop. Like I want to do more build videos. I want to show you building the machines, so maybe you can build your own machine, you know what I'm saying, or a variation of it, and see the process and show you my thought process of why I'm doing certain things. And like, I'd like your feedback while I'm building it, because maybe I'm thinking about something in a different way than you would be, and your idea might spark something that changes my mind on how I want to proceed forward. You know what I'm saying? So that's why I always love the comments, and I appreciate everybody that comments and gives their opinion, whether I agree with it or not. There's a lot of people that comment, and I'm not putting anybody down. That, like, they'll say, "Oh, why don't you do this or that or whatever?" And it just doesn't make sense to me, or it's not feasible for what I have going on. But I definitely do appreciate it. Anyway, yeah, thank you both for that that donation. I really do appreciate that. Let's see. Let's see. What happened here? Who wouldn't like to see your setup? You could become a tourist attraction. See you scrapping. You know what, crazy dude? I get comments all the time like, "Hey, man, I'd like to just come hang out at your shop," which it's cool and stuff, but that's kind of weird. But I can understand. Like so I wasn't mad about this, but there was like 3 different people that showed up at my shop because they seen like the outside of the building, you know, and um, they seem cool and everything like that. I just thought it was weird that they went out of their way to come over here when I've never said, "Hey, come on by the shop." You know what I'm saying? Um, which I mean, I would like that. Like if there was a bunch of local people, like the Scrapyard TMR, where I sell my steel. I sell my steel locally because it would be too much a hassle for me to drive it to Miami, and I don't think I would get much more, hauling that much weight that far. So I sell it as close as possible. You know what I'm saying? They're constantly doing like customer appreciation barbecues and stuff like that. Um, I'd almost love that. I'm always barbecuing over here. I wouldn't mind barbecuing a bunch of steaks and stuff and having um, people come by. But I don't know how that would work. But Scrap Father, Scrap Son, what's up, buddy? Yes, the field has been my best. I guess in the field has been my best avenue for finding new contacts. Yeah, getting out there and talking to people personally. You know what I'm saying? Rather than, because when you cold call someone, they have no idea who's on the other end. They're just thinking some asshole trying to get their copper. So if you're out in the field and you could talk to them and, I'm saying, bullshit with them, make them smile, show them something cool, especially like us scrappers that are on YouTube, you can say that could be an avenue. Hey, man, check me out on YouTube. You know what I'm saying? Get some business cards made with your YouTube channel on it. You know what I'm saying? And dude, here, show them what you're doing. And you know what I'm saying? If they like you, they'll be willing to work with you. You know what I'm saying? Even if your price is the same and that's another thing. Like, I understand that not everybody's going to be able to have the situation like where I sell to an exporter. I basically get almost, or if not the same prices like the scrapyard would get. So I can compete with them on a price. I can pay the same price as them and still make money. If you're selling to a local scrapyard and that's your only source, what I would do is I'd go try to talk to the owner and be like, hey, man, I'm trying to start up a scrap business and I want to bring you scrap from beyond what it, like me, I reach out and touch the whole state of Florida. Like I said, I'll be up in Orlando. I was up in Jacksonville. I'd go to the West Coast. You know what I'm saying? So I'm bringing my buyer scrap that he would never have access to. So talk to your scrapyard and be like, listen, man, I'm trying to bring you guys more stuff. You got to give me a better price so I can compete. You know what I'm saying? And if they're cool, you know what I'm saying? Like when I first started out, I was selling to Powerline scrap and I had to work off those prices. How I got in with General Metals is the guy that, they were partners that owned Powerline and General Metals. The guy at Powerline Scrap said, hey, why don't you just take this stuff down to Miami and get the Miami price? He offered that to me. He didn't have to do that. I was his best customer. When I rolled in there with a truck and trailer load of copper and aluminum, I was his best customer. He knew he was going to be losing money, but he seen what I was doing and he liked me. So he told me, hey, go down to Miami, man, get a better price for all this. Now, when I go to Miami, depending on the load I bring down there, I'm going to get an extra $500 to $1,000. You know what I'm saying? Because I'm bringing in a lot of weight, or, even if it's a couple $100. But I usually try to go down there with, a couple $1,000 worth of material to make it worth it. And, because they're used to buying tractor trailer loads, not just me and my little truck. But it was good on that guy to send me down there and say, hey, man, go down here and get some more money. You know what I'm saying? He looked out for me because he liked me and we had a good working relationship. Matter of fact, when I first started out, I didn't even buy copper wire. This is around 2008. I was broke when I started recycling, because I was doing demolition work and I went from working 60 hours a week for years to like barely 20. So I was kind of like starving. And, so I didn't have the money. Buying transformers was easy because I could have $1,000 and go out and hit 4 or 5 customers and turn that 1,000 into $3,000. You know what I'm saying? Real quick. But now I could go to one customer and $3,000 wouldn't even touch half their pile of copper. You know what I'm saying? You need to show up with you need to have like $5,000-$10,000 if you're going to hit 3 or 4 customers in a day buying copper wire at least. You know what I'm saying? So you got to have some purchasing power behind you. And the scrapyard, Powerline Scrap, used to let me borrow like $2,000 at a time. The scrapyard was giving me cash to go buy copper because I was proving to him that I'm bringing in, I'm his best customer. You know what I'm saying? And I was just doing transformers at the time. I was buying transformers from him, from Powerline Scrap, and then processing them and selling it back to him and making decent money doing it. Edward Murray, I love your channel. Thanks, dude. I appreciate you watching. I used my new purchase today. I got a Jaws of Life with inspiration from you. I processed about 100 pounds of copper tubing today in about 10 minutes. A game changer. Yeah, that's awesome, man. Those jaws are pretty badass. You just see me use. Now, that one there is a Centaura. If anyone wants to know the brand, it's a Centaura rescue tool. It's a little bit smaller than the Hearst that I blew up. And actually right on the table behind the camera is my other Hearst spreader cutter combo tool, which I'll be using here. I still have that car out back someone gave me. I just haven't had time to deal with it. I'll probably get to that this weekend because I need to make space back there. So I'm going to do a video of me demonstrating those hydraulic tools and literally cutting up a car. Not that it's going to make me any more money. I could just haul it to the scrap yard, but I just want to cut it up because I think it'd be fun and I think it'd make a cool video. Do some stickers, Greek gods, like some Project Shop stickers, maybe. My mom says I would take a tee or tank top. Okay. Ryan, the entrepreneur. Copper is only $2.90 in my area currently. What is everyone getting? So I just sold some bright and shiny. I was getting $3.20 something. Copper came down, man. I'm getting $2.20 or $2.25 something. $2.20 for insulated copper. No clickbait photos in the editing unless we actually get some good looking female employees. Steve ain't my flavor. I don't try to ever do clickbait. Usually what you see in the how I do my thumbnails is I will literally take a clip of something out of the actual video. Or sometimes if you ever see or I'm holding something or I'm standing in front of a box of copper or something like that. I mean, that was processed in that video, but someone shot that, off the iPhone or something like that. Electronic Scrapper. Is this the first live? No, I think I've done four live streams. Yeah, I plan on doing more. Let me know if you guys like this setup here. I'd actually, the reason I got the hard wire there's like I got a 50-foot cord running to the router to my computer here. So I'd like to do a live stream, and let me know if you guys would like to see that of me breaking down stuff on the table back there, processing it. I was wondering about the end of the Copper King, the plastic you peeled from the cable. How about instead of manhandling it into a trash bag, feed it into the shredder to reduce handling it? Yeah, actually, I could feed it into my granulator or a shredder. Or or even maybe get a cheap wood chipper. I don't know. The reason I just throw it into the bags because it's easier. Um, like I said, I have garbage is included. There's a bunch of dumpsters and a place to dump trash and cardboard. Uh, and we're supposed to be limited to 2 bags a day. So, I can do 14 bags a week, I guess. So it's easy for me to just throw it in the bag and dump it over there. Your hatchet is your new favorite toy. I mean, tool. Yeah, I love that hatchet. And that's thanks to Canadian Treasure Hunter. He's big on the hatchet and basically turned me on to that. What have I done with the electronic e-waste I've gotten? It's sitting over there in a drum right now. I'm probably just going to stockpile it until I get a decent amount. Hopefully, by the time I'm ready to sell it, it'll be worth a lot more, or I'll have a better understanding of what it's all worth. You know what I'm saying? A lot of people been saying, talk to Shark Scrapper about that. I talked to him before. He emailed me about, and I'm really bad about emails. I'm getting better about checking my emails. He had emailed me. Someone down in Fort Lauderdale wanted a bunch of e-waste picked up, and I got the message too late. But I thanked him. I appreciate him for thinking about me and sending me that message. But so the thing about the e-waste that I'm like on the fence on whether I want to go down that route is it just seems tedious. You know what I'm saying? Like, it seems like, one, they don't weigh a lot. So for me to get like a ton of electronic Goldfinger boards, it seemed like I'd have to just go through a ton of electronic scrap and sit here and break it down. Now, if I was set up for it and I had a guy like ready to rock and roll, breaking it down all day and a steady source of it, maybe it might be worth it, and then knowing what it's all worth, them other people like E-Waste Ben and all the electronic scrappers on YouTube, those guys have a better understanding of that stuff than I do. I like to focus on copper. It just seems simple. There's a ton of it out there if you know where to get it. And I've got myself set up to process copper. And that just seems, I'm going to focus on that more than anything. The Waterbro trash guy. I think this shop is much better than when you were working from the other place that you started out, and it looks like it was all open. Okay, so if you actually go back and watch my first couple YouTube videos, that was in my last shop, which was actually bigger than this shop, and it was more open. And I wish I could have stayed there, but my lease was up. They were trying to jack my rent up, and COVID was, that scamdemic was going full blown at the time, and everything was slowing down. And I didn't want to be stuck there. I didn't know what was going to happen, so I just started working from home. It just seemed like the right thing to do at the time. But I do miss that shop. The only thing I didn't like about that shop was the access. I only had one door coming in, so getting the floor, like here, I can have a fan blowing in from over there, and I usually there's one fan over there and I run, but I have 2 fans in that door sucking air and dust out of the building. So I got a good flow coming across here. And that last shop I had, there was no flow really. So I couldn't. It was just, there was pros and cons about it. If I would have had a back door, it would have been way better. But that shop was much bigger. I could fit you know, I could pull my truck and trailer in and offload it in there. And I had my car in there and, you know, all my stuff. This shop here is not as big square footage on the inside. I do have a bigger office. And the way this shop is, it's kind of broken up. It's actually, I rent 5 bays over here. But one bay is basically like my office, the bathroom, and the tool room. But I do have storage out back, and I got a crap load of parking space up front, which is nice. Let me see what else we got here. Any chances you might consider cutting off the beard? I think there might be a few folks that would really appreciate seeing your pretty bare face. Maybe one day, you know, I try to make myself look as homeless as possible to, you know, so people don't bother me. If that makes any sense. Recently took a load off to the scrap yard, had a good $300 haul for copper. Nice. Corey, good job, man. Hello from the other side of the world. Edward Murray, what's up, buddy? Awesome. Can't wait for tool and boot review video. Yes, I'm out of Tennessee. LW Central Tennessee. Yeah. Yeah, so the boots are pretty good, man. I gotta say, they're definitely comfortable, more comfortable than the Timberlands that I was wearing before, and they definitely, the front of it has lasted. They're steel toe, and they haven't. I haven't had no issues with them. Let's see. Whoa. So this guy's saying, what's he saying? He takes a minute to get to every comment. He's up higher. Yeah. Sorry, I was out there stripping the wire, so I'm trying to. I like to answer all the questions, you know. So I'm trying to get to it, and then I start rambling. That's my problem. You wouldn't even believe how much I cut out of the YouTube videos that you guys see on the regular of me just rambling on about stuff. So I go off on tangents, you know, and then I forget, you know, I got so much going on. I'm like scatterbrained. So this guy's saying he gets his local buyer pays more than Board Shorts or all reputable online buyers. That's pretty cool. Brian Bradshaw, where are you located? You need videos on hydraulics? What type of hydraulics? Like the hydraulic cutter or the hydraulic presses? Did Steve get his car transmission fixed? Yes. What happened to that guy from the last stream who donated $200 and wanted to spend his vacation at your shop? I don't know. That was crazy. The dude donated $200. But hey, for that price, he has an open invitation. I'll come give him a tour. Brian, what state? Always interested in high prices. Tennessee, that's where all the high dollar boards are going. Authored Jax HMUC. He did it with a hatchet. Oh, that's the guy I was talking about with the transformer a while back. Yeah, he was breaking it. Jack, that's it. He had like some scrapping videos there for a minute. And then he does, I guess he just shows videos of his family or whatever now. West Coast prices are generally lower than yours. Thomas Wilkinson. Yeah, you're absolutely right. When I go, I actually love going to buy copper. I got a couple decent sized customers over there that I only go there a couple times a year now. I used to go over there like once a month and pick up a ton of scrap, but I had to scale back. But the customers I do still have over there, I'll go over there and literally compared to what the local yards pay here, compared to what the local yards pay there, is literally $1 a pound less. So I can match their, which is good because it covers the time and fuel of me driving over there. I can just match their price, but I'll go like in between. So if they're like at $1.20 and I'm at $2.20, you know what I'm saying? I'll pay like $1.60 or 70 or something like that. Way less than I would normally pay, but way more than what they could get locally, which is a good deal. I could actually, I was actually thinking about going over there and going to a bunch of places and just offering them a price they couldn't refuse. Let's see what else we got over here. Oh, my thing is glitching out. I don't know why I'm not seeing chats over here in the maybe I have it on the wrong thing. I don't want to play with nothing over here. I might mess something up. Okay. Yeah, I can't see chats on the StreamYard sign. I'm actually using my iPad, watching, going through it live. Let me see where we were at. See you scrapping. So you drive an hour away to get an extra 50 cents to $1 a pound. Yeah. So, you know, when you're dealing with a lot of weight, it's worth it. I mean, you'll get a couple $100 more, and it'll, you know, it helps you compete and get those you know, those big contracts, you know what I'm saying? So if you got to travel, and even like I think I said in the last live stream, if you live out in like a rural area, don't be afraid to travel an hour to your nearest big town where there's going to be a lot of work. You know what I'm saying? Like I'm fortunate in South Florida, West Palm Beach, Broward County, Miami. There's a lot of people here, and there's a lot of money and a lot of renovations, a lot of new buildings going up. There's just a constant flow of material. So I'm lucky. I'm like right centrally located. I mean, it costs, you know, for the square footage that I have and where I'm at, you know, I'm really centrally located and really close to 95, and I pay for it. You know what I'm saying? You know, $4,200 a month is no cheap rent to be had. So I got to strip a lot of copper. You know, but I have opportunities that someone living way out in the middle of the state might not have. You know what I'm saying? Like if you live in the country, of course it's going to be hard for you to find lots of transformers because there's not as many lights, or lots of copper wire because there's not as many buildings being demoed, or they're not building as many buildings. You know what I'm saying? They're not upgrading. It's just, you know, you got to find those find the closest big city to you. Let's see what else we got here. Hey brother, I'm in Florida too. I dig your channel. My Life Adventures. Thanks, man. I appreciate it. 340 on Bright and Shiny, 350 on number 2. Brian Bradshaw. Where's that at, man? That's a good price. That might even be more than what I'm getting. Although I haven't been to the scrapyard in a couple days. It's crazy how the price goes up and down so rapidly, man. Like you could go there one day and they could be paying you this. You go there the next day, it's like 10 cents, 15 cents less. It's like, what the heck, man? One time I sold copper in the morning to the local scrapyard. This is way back when I first started. I went out, I wound up buying a bunch more copper, and I sold it in the afternoon, and the price dropped. And the guy, like, he wouldn't pay me the same price that he gave me in the morning. I'm like, dude, what the hell? I was here, 4 hours ago, and you changed your price. But they gotta buy it off of the market. You know what I'm saying? They gotta make their money too. But it is kind of, and what's crazy is they don't sell their copper off every day or even every week. You know what I'm saying? They could be buying for 2 or 3 weeks, sometimes a month before they sell it, or probably not that long, but they could be buying all week long and they don't sell it until the end of the week. So, they have room to play, but they get like bids, you know what I'm saying? Like they'll get an order. Oh, we want 50 tons of copper or something, or 50,000 pounds of copper at this price. So they agree to it and they got to fill that order. So they got to, like, you know what I'm saying, buy it the best they can. Did I ever talk with Canadian Scrapper about his wire stripper he has? No, but I'm pretty sure he has something I think he has a copper mine wire stripper, which I think is a pretty good machine. I was looking at all those machines because I was going to actually buy one. But I came across this one. I only paid $250 for it. So I think I got a great deal on that. I actually paid more for the little one, the one that's sideways. I paid $500 for that used. I paid $250 for the big one used. I'm the Copper King. Love your videos. Thanks, man. I don't consider myself the Copper King. And like I stated in that video, when I say the Copper King, I'm not talking to myself in the third person. I'm talking about that setup. Because, that's the only setup that I've seen that can produce transformers like it does, as fast as it does, other than a big hammer mill, and has 2 wire strippers that could be operated at the same time. And what that thing's going to be, because the stator wrecker machine is going to be incorporated into that table, and so is the granulator. It's all going to be in that table. And you'll be able to take that table, basically set it somewhere, and just shred all the copper. That's my goal. Thank you for all your videos. Is that Michelle or Michael? Michael Kraus? You're welcome. Thanks for watching. Hydraulic shear videos, please. In Chattanooga. Okay. Yeah, so when I cut up that car, I've been meaning to do that actually for like the past 2 weekends. I'm going to do it on a Sunday when no one's around because there's a lot going on in the back here with the other people doing cars and stuff. So I got to get them to move their shit out of the way so I can get my trailer back there, because once I start cutting it, I'm going to drag the pieces up onto my trailer with the crane. But I'll go over all the hydraulics and stuff like that and do a thing on them. I'm thinking about asking the yard to buy their household wire and just make the profit between low and high price, just to pad the wallet a bit. Household wire, Keith Russ. So the smaller wire is going to be tough, man, because they're buying that wire and they're selling it to like an exporter or something like that. It's going to be hard for you to buy it at the price that they want and strip it and sell it back, because the time the recovery on house wire is really not there, man. Like lately, I haven't even been stripping it. Like I'll strip that spaghetti wire I got sitting behind me. That's some pretty decent size. Usually like that size, maybe one size smaller than that, I'll strip. But the spaghetti I've been getting lately, I've just been buying and selling it because it's with the granulator I would strip it all and shred it all, but not um that's going to be tough, man. Buying wire from the scrapyard to sell. Are you going to sell it back to them? That's going to be definitely that's definitely going to be tough, man. Because the percentage on that household wire is not, it's not a lot. How do you scrap your glass and lamps? So I went over this in a couple of videos. I actually break down those light bulbs and recover brass from the ends, and then I do something beyond that, which I'll show you guys here in a video coming up soon. But you can take the filaments, the glass tubes with the mercury to the local yards, local like the dump, and as a homeowner or like a resident, not a business, they'll take them for free. And so I go to the dump a lot with, so I have my free stuff I can dump here, but it's only like 2 bags a day. But if I get a huge load of stuff sometimes, I can't overwhelm the dumpster here, you know, and I'll take it, especially if I get like a lot of wood and pallets and glass. Like I don't usually bring glass over here to the dumpster. I'll take that to the recycling center and dump it off there. Usually stuff like that they'll take for free, or if they do charge you, it's like I think last time I was there was like $40 a ton. So I mean, you could take a lot of stuff there for $40, you know. Let's see what else we have here. The problem with Florida is that it's a cul-de-sac. Yeah, I guess. But there's a lot of ports here. I mean, most of the stuff is shipped right out of these ports. Do you have to call the scrap yards to get the price every day, or where do you get your prices from? So normally what I'll do is I'll call my buyer, see what they're paying, and I know from that price what most of the local yards are going to pay, and I'll just go off of that. And sometimes, especially if I'm like far away, like if I'm out of Broward, West Palm, or Miami, I'll call some local yards in that area and to see what they're paying, because a lot of times they pay a lot less than Broward, West Palm, and Miami, because down here it's very competitive. There's lots of scrap yards, so they're paying a lot. They're paying a decent price compared to other places that are more rural, where there might only be 1 or 2 scrap yards. Like I probably pass, I don't know, 25 scrap yards on my way to Miami, you know, maybe more. Can you comment on making your own fuel? Is that still a project you are working on? Did you fix the forklift? No, the forklift is coming soon. And I just got some tanks for the fuel project. So that is definitely coming in soon. But like I said, I got a lot of projects, and it takes a lot to do them. and I'm a one-man show, so it's, I'm doing what I can with the time I have available. And the YouTube, keeping up with that is a full-time job. So like I would work out here in the shop, and then I would be editing videos and answering questions on YouTube till 1 in the morning, 2 in the morning sometimes, and then having to get up and then go, you know, recycle and do the thing. And that kind of takes a toll on you after months of that. You know what I'm saying? And, trying to work to pay for this place, do the projects, come up with the money you need to do the projects, the money you need to just maintain. Like at the end of the day, now with, my bills doubled like almost overnight when because before I was splitting this place with someone, and it was like I was paying $2,000, and then they cut out. And then not only did I have to pick up the other end, but then the rent went up $600 a month, which is insane. You know what I'm saying? So I went from $2,000 a month to $4,200 a month overnight. So that put a big damper on me having extra funds to buy all the material that I already had at one point for all these projects. You know what I'm saying? So there have been some setbacks, but I'm still. We're just going to keep pushing forward as fast as we can. But I am having an editor where I don't have to spend hours at the end of the night editing videos. I'm going to spend hours in this shop filming more videos and finishing more of the projects. You know what I'm saying? So that's gonna work out. So and the thing with the editing, I don't know if I went over this already. Like to do remote editing, it's a lot to set it up. Like you have to make proxy files and low quality videos. You got to upload to the freaking cloud so they can get the videos on their end and edit it. And then it's a whole process. So it was like a whole bunch of work that I would have to do to set that up that I wasn't looking, I wanted basically they're going to come here to the shop once a week and do all that work, get the videos up on the timeline and whatever, so they can remote edit it at their leisure and get like 2 or 3 videos up. And if I have to add 1 video a week on my end, I'll still do that, temporarily. But pretty much I'm trying to eliminate a whole process of that so that I can focus on me being out here in the shop working. I found the price I can sell the scrap copper for is pretty closely tied to copper futures. I found the same thing prices in the morning has changed from morning to afternoon. Yeah. Canadian Treasure Hunter has a shark bite wire stripper similar to the Copper King. Shark bite? Who was I thinking of that had a copper mine? I thought that was Canadian Treasure Hunter. Thought it was like a red and black machine. I don't know. I'll look that up. I never heard of shark bite before. Steve, hey dude, am I allowed to come to your shop and say hello? I don't know, maybe. I guess if I'm here, I don't I'm not really open to the public. I'm but I wouldn't be opposed to it, I guess. My yard sells wire, but they get 20% above the buying price roughly. Plus, they use a baler to compact it. And butt to strip. They get 20%. That seems like a lot. So 20%. Wow. See, I don't even get 20%. Like if they're just buying it and selling it. I thought they were working on like 20 cents a pound, maybe at the most. All right. Charles is checking out. Thanks for stopping by. Uh, it takes longer than what people think saving up money to fund all these projects. I get that my Stater record is on hold as I save up money for parts for it. Yeah, it's not cheap. Like, I got those blades and that cracker. I'm pretty sure I paid like $700 for that cracker blade and like $5 for that splitter. Now you can make your own splitter blade. I made one and I sent it to Romatic. I don't know why that dude stopped making YouTube videos or whatever happened to him, but he ran that blade and it was cutting those stators like butter until he didn't have a gap at the bottom for the blade to run through, and he rammed the blade straight down into a hard piece of metal and bent it, which would have bent even the one I got. I mean, you got to have a split for it to go down through. But yeah, there ain't nothing cheap. Like I have that 100-ton cylinder. I'm pretty sure I paid $800 for that. You know what I'm saying? So I'm like 8, 7. I'm like $2,000 just in one cylinder and two blades, and I had the frame. That 50-ton press I got, I paid $50 for through my old boss. And then the carriage is custom made. The steel from that, you know what I'm saying? And then I had all the plate steel that I paid for that I no longer have that I got to buy again. It's not cheap. Like I think a 4x8 piece of half-inch steel plate last time I checked was around $800. You know, and it's going to be basically what I need to do is the plate that's on the table now is only like a thin, I don't even think it's 1/4 inch. It's a thin plate. I need to take that off and drop a 4x8, like ultimately a 1-inch thick plate would be best, but like a minimum 1/2 inch thick or 3/4 inch thick plate. And then I need to have it reinforced underneath with like structural pieces, you know, which is going to be more plate, I-beams, stuff like that. Heavy duty 1/2 inch, 3/4 inch angle, all stuff I had that I need to now come up with again. You know what I'm saying? But I do have enough steel laying around here. And I try to get like all the steel that I had before. I didn't pay full price for that. I did pay for it, but it was in like a scrap price or I got it through a deal. But I did have to come out. I mean, I was probably $2,000 into it just for all that steel that I had. But it was probably worth, if you had to buy it, like $10,000. You know what I'm saying? And you know, it's not cheap. And especially when you have like overhead like I have now, um, it's not like, you know, before this was just like a part-time thing I was doing. I was very happy with what I had going on. My bills were not that much, you know. Now my bills are like pushing over $6,000 a month. And for one person to do that and then have profit at the end, you know, I have to work harder than I was wanting to. You know, but it's all right. We're gonna make it work. And even bringing in an editor is going to help because if I can pump out more YouTube videos, you know, the YouTube's going to help cover that cost. You know what I'm saying? And You know, I look at that. That's why I like all the money I get from YouTube. That's what I bought all this stuff with, like this computer, this microphone, the camera, the GoPros that I have. You know, I bought all that with YouTube money so I can make better YouTube videos. I try to put it back. And you know, if it can help offset some of the cost of running this shop, you know, that's what I plan on doing. And I think once I'm able to start taking the copper and making products with it, that's gonna blow your guys' mind, the stuff I want to do. And it'll be like I'll be giving some of the stuff away, but you'll be able to buy some of the stuff, you know, or at least I'm hoping you'll buy it. It'll be cool. You'll like it. I'm sure you'll like it. And and the stuff I want to make, there'll be like a basic, like the first product I want to make is going to be like a basic thing, but it can be customizable to each one of you. You know what I'm saying? You can have your name on it, your logo, a design, whatever you want. And that's what I wanted. Like before I got into the recycling, the product that I wanted to make before I even got into any of this, the real reason I started YouTube is something that I'm going to make. They're going to be awesome, but every single one of them is going to be different. No two are going to be alike. And the buyer that's going to buy these things is going to be involved in the build process, which is going to be pretty cool. It's going to be really cool, look awesome, and be on some next level stuff. Let's see here. What do we got? Shark Bite no longer sold. Hold on. RT Jones 84. Love your channel, bud. I try to watch every video you post. Thank you. I really appreciate that. Even if you can't watch all the videos, man, just put them on in the background and let the ads play. It'll help me out. You know, it definitely would help. It definitely helps me to bring you guys more content, you know, because ultimately, like the time I spend on, and I'm not trying to like, you know, be like, oh, I don't make no money. I make a little bit of money on it. But the time that I put into it, it's like minimum wage or less sometimes, you know. And then YouTube is weird. Like the analytics go, it's like a roller coaster ride, man. Some months it's great, you know. I think the best paycheck I got from YouTube was almost $3,000. My first check from YouTube, matter of fact, my first check ever was $1,000. And I think the lowest was like 460 or something like that. But on average, I make over $1,000 more, you know. Some months it's more, some months, you know, most of the time it's over $1,000, which isn't a lot. You're talking about $250 a week, you know, for hours of work. But I really, you know, I like the interaction with you guys more than the money I get from YouTube, you know. So the little bit of money I get, like I buy the stuff to make these videos, and it's getting better. You know what I'm saying? Like every year I look at the chart, and it's, even though it's like this, it's still going like this up, you know. So probably by next year, it's gonna be paying for most of this to where I can build, you know, like I want to build wire strippers and sell you guys the best wire stripper on the market. It may not be cheap, but it's going to be the best wire stripper on the market. What else we got here? Shark Bite is no longer sold. Another China special. Huh. Yeah, that seems to be the deal with like the wire stripper that I got. I remember seeing YouTube videos of the Super Bee and the guy showing it, you know, the orange and blue, or the orange and or yellow and blue and yellow and black. and then you don't see it no more. They change it to another name and whatever. I wanted to ask, I'm local and I know our area. People are very sketchy. Yeah, which is why, I don't invite people over here. You know, I mean, you just don't know. You don't know people. I mean, I'd like to, uh, I wish it wasn't like that where, people are cool, but you got some haters out there. People could just come over and, if they know what's going on, and you never know, man, they could run up in here and try to do some dirty stuff. Now, I would highly recommend that people don't try that because I'm not one to um, be a victim, and it's it ain't gonna go well. Let's just say that. Uh, but I limit my interaction with people that I don't know because of what I do, and because there's people out there that would like to get a good lick and you know maybe come fucking try to steal something or something like that. I shouldn't curse. But yeah. Um, let's see what else we got here. How do I come up with the ideas for my machines? Um, I've always been the type of person to try to make things more efficient. Even when I was cutting concrete, um, I made custom tools to make my job easier throughout the day. We had we had $100,000 pieces of equipment. This is a big company I worked for, and my boss, I would tell him, "Hey, man, if we did this, or if we modified it in this way, or we built this, or we did that, I can make this job easier." Or, I would do things with the equipment. We had all kinds of crazy hydraulic saws and track saws that you would bolt to the wall, or big machines you would ride on that would cut the sides of the bridge off, or wire saws that were radio controlled on tracks that you wrapped this steel cable. The steel cable had like diamond nuggets every inch, and you could wrap that cable around anything and start spinning it with this machine and just back the machine up, and it would pull that cable through. I modified all them machines, man. I looked at what they were doing, the problems we were having, and I tried to solve those problems and make it more efficient. You know what I'm saying? And my boss would let me play around with $100,000 piece of equipment, and I'd make it make it better. Now, my own equipment, my ideas come from the fact that the faster you can process scrap, the more money you can make. So the more efficient you are at stripping wire or breaking transformers, you know what I'm saying? The more money you can make. Now, like my transformer press, which is cool. I actually bought a 25-ton punch press, and I was going to make a jig, basically a hopper that you could drop the transformers down into. And the punch press, I was going to have it where it would slide the transformer into the punch press as it was doing its stroke. Because if you know how a punch press works, it's basically like a piston. It has a big flywheel with a pneumatic clutch, and then there's a the part comes down, whatever jig you're going to put in there. I was going to have the punch press operate, and basically I would be able to knock out, instead of this machine, which does at its max, if nothing goes wrong, 5 a minute, I would basically be able to crack a transformer every second or two. You know what I'm saying? And it would just, as fast as I can feed it into the top, this machine would punch it in, crack it, and then the next one would come behind it and punch it in. Now, if I knew that the transformers were going to be around, I would definitely pursue that machine but they're going away to the point where I don't think it would be worth building a machine like that for something that's dying out. You know what I'm saying? Like in the beginning, 12 years ago, that's in my mind what I was wanting. And I actually got to the point where I had the punch press and a lot of the parts, but and if you go back and watch some of my early YouTube videos, you'll see the punch press in that video. I was going to make the machine, but that punch press was very shadily sold without my permission. So that's why I never went with that. But like, even like this machine here, I could make that more efficient. You know what I'm saying? I can make it to where it could crack 2 transformers at once. As a matter of fact, the stator wrecker back here, the 100-ton press, ultimately, that's going to replace that machine, that first press. I've even thought about having the machine that I have now be able to, in one stroke, break the transformer and then continue to push the core out, and the core drop out the bottom, and then you're just left with the 2 halves and the 2 pieces of copper or aluminum. And that's another thing that's like the downside is all the aluminum transformers that I'm coming across now. You know, 50 to 60% of them now are half aluminum, half copper. You know what I'm saying? And they're going away. Every day they're changing out parking lots to LEDs. And now I'm getting a slew of LEDs coming in. Like the first gens that were put in 4 years ago, 5 years ago, they're all coming out because, you know, they're not lasting. They might sell you a 10-year warranty with them, but they ain't going to last 10 years. And the problem with the LEDs is, yeah, you can change the drivers, but once the LEDs go bad or they get water in them, they're not really made to be serviceable. You know, the manufacturer want to send you a whole new fixture. And then eventually it gets to the point where they've moved on to a new style. So if you got a whole parking lot with 100 lights, now they're sending you fixtures that don't even look like the ones that you got, or they're similar, but they're not the same light. So there's going to be problems here soon with these LEDs, and I'm already seeing it. You know, they're not the end all be all. I get them all the time in here. You know what I'm saying? And they're tedious to take apart. You know, like they got the plastic things on the cover and the diodes, and you got to try to get them off. If you can't get them off, I just send them. You know what I'm saying? I haven't had, and they haven't said nothing to me yet, but I am throwing them in with a ton of other aluminum. And like I say all the time, you know, you're allowed 3%. It's supposed to be steel. I don't know about plastic, but like even with like old sheet aluminum, you know, sometimes there's plastic and other stuff in there. You know, they take it, but you're allowed 3% iron in your aluminum and your cast aluminum, your sheet. So if your yard's telling you, oh, you got to have every screw, nut, and bolt out of it, that's BS, man. You know, because I get it right from the exporter. They tell me, and I see them load containers with stuff that other people bring in there that's full of steel. You know what I'm saying? It's crazy. Let's see what else we got here. Everything is tanking. Thanks, Brandon. The main oil refinery in Louisiana is shutting down. Wow. That's crazy, man. A lot of stuff is it's crazy how much stuff has closed, is shutting down. Small businesses since the scandemic, everything closing down and people ordering off of Amazon, which to me is a double-edged sword. It's like, yeah, you can get pretty much everything you want online, but you're putting the small business out of business. You know what I'm saying? Like, it's hard for them to compete. One, because all these big conglomerates, these big corporations, they're all in cahoots with each other. They buy like millions of something and ship it to all their stores or whatnot. And it's hard for the local guy to compete with that. And it's really sad because it's going to be putting us in a bad position soon. You know, not just here in America, but around the world, man. You know, people keep ordering. I know it's convenient and whatnot. Like, I don't have Amazon. I don't order nothing from Amazon. I like going to stores and buying stuff because I want my stuff right then and there. Like, maybe that day I need something, I want to go buy it. I don't want to order it. Like, I need a bearing for an electric motor that I have for a machine, right? I can't find a local place. There used to be a place down here called Miller Bearing, and there was another one in Riviera called something else. Both of those places got bought out by a bigger conglomerate, and then that bigger conglomerate immediately shut down the store. So, like, all these little mom and pop shops, you know, you guys are selling out to these big corporations because they have money to come in there and just offer you a price you can't refuse. It's hard for you to refuse that. You know, I can understand you're thinking, oh man, I could just take this, let's just say $1 million or whatever. It would take years, maybe the rest of your life to come up with that amount of money, but you don't understand, like, copping out like that, what it's doing to the community and what it's doing to the future of people. You're basically, it's putting all the eggs in one basket, and then that basket, whoever controls that basket it basically has control over you. You know what I'm saying? Which is kind of scary if you think about it. You know, I'm all for local. That's, like I said earlier in the stream, man. Like, every country should be making their own stuff. You should be buying stuff locally. You know what I'm saying? So picture this. Imagine, like, say you had a guy you knew that was a mechanic. He's like the best guy you know that can work on cars. He's a really honest guy. He doesn't rip people off, but he doesn't have money to start his own shop, to buy his own building. Like, as a community, like, we should come together and be like, you know what? Let's all come together. Let's buy that guy a shop, put him in business. And then, like, he would have to, like, work on your guys' stuff or whatever. Or even, like, family and friends funding to start a business locally. You know what I'm saying? Like, put people you know in business. Don't send your money to freaking Jeff Bezos or you know what I'm saying? Or Walmart. You think those people care about you? You know, the local guy in the community, he's going to care about you more than those people, that they don't even care about their own workers. Have you heard the conditions those people work in? You know what I'm saying? So it's like, uh, it's tough, man, but you got to bring it back to a local level, man. When you're letting um, big corporations just come in and buy it. And you know what's crazy down here in South Florida? I've been hearing stories of corporations coming in, buying up all the houses, putting out prices that are so ridiculous. The average person isn't going to pay that much for whatever, and it's like, it's putting people, someone said it best. One day we're going to wake up homeless in our own country, and not just America, everywhere. Who's that guy? The guy that wrote that book, The Great Reset, Carl Schwab, or whatever the freak his name is. His quote of "You will own nothing and be happy." Think about that. Think about where we're going right now, how it's going. Do you really? How much do you own? You know what I'm saying? I really don't own. I don't own my own property. I'm paying a ridiculous amount of rent, and these people here, they don't care about us and the other renters. These people that are actually paying their mortgage, they're 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 so freaking greedy. They're like jacking up the price every year. You know what I'm saying? Like I got a $600 a month increase in my rent this year. They're going to want to do the same thing next year. And it wasn't like that back in the day. Like you could have the same rent for years. Like I was talking to someone the other day. He's been at a place for like 10 years. It wasn't until the last 2 years that they started raising his rent. You know, and now because most of the industrial down here has been bought up by big corporations, they're jacking up people's rent crazy. You know what I'm saying? So we got to get back to a local, you know, and stop feeding the beast. Let's see what else is going on. See, that's me rambling. That's the kind of stuff I cut out of my main videos. Terry Edson, your channel is premium. I've always liked it. Enjoyed you and Steve. Thank you. I appreciate it. Jared Mansell, what's your dream? What do you want out of life? So I'm not a materialistic person. I really don't care about money because you can't take it with you when you go. I'm more of an experience, and I believe we're here for an experience and to learn stuff. So I want to learn as much as possible, and I want to experience as much as possible. That's why, like before, I had this ridiculous amount of rent. I liked the little bit amount of work I had to do that could cover all my bills, and I spent the rest of the time doing what I liked. You know what I'm saying? But what do I want to do? What's my dream? I want to make product. I want to be a manufacturer. That's my dream. I want to make products. You know what I'm saying? I already have the source for the material. I want to take this material and make some cool products. I want to build something. I want to. I don't want to be. It's hard. You know, like I was just talking about, like Jeff Bezos and these so-called, you know, these elite people. I don't even know how they call themselves that, but they consider most of us common folk useless eaters. You know, I don't want to be a useless eater. I don't want to be on the system. I don't get government handouts. I want to make my own way, and I want to produce something. I want to make an impact. You know what I'm saying? I just don't want to be like going along mundane, the same 9 to 5 BS. Like working for myself for the past 12 years, I couldn't even fathom going back and working for a company or a corporation or a business or doing something like that. So my goal is to be a manufacturer, be something that I'm producing something, and ultimately, and I'm going to get into this on the channel that I'm starting up. It's going to be very interesting. And I'll tell you this. When I was a kid and I worked at the restoration shop that I worked at, the guy there, who was very, very smart man and one of my biggest mentors in life, we were talking about energy and electric and solar panels, and he had a windmill out back, and that's what started the conversation. We were talking about free energy, and he said to me, one day, nonchalantly, as we were talking about this. He goes, there's a way to get free energy out of the atmosphere, and it has nothing to do with solar panels. We just haven't figured out the antenna. Now, I've thought about that every single day since then. And in the past 3 or 4 years, going down crazy rabbit holes on the internet, I come across a documentary, a 5-hour video, which I'll show in on the other channel when I start it, which I'll be starting very soon, probably Wednesday. I should be going to complete something that's been a year and a half process that I went through. But when I complete this, it's going to be the start of this new channel, and the journey that I took and the stuff that I learned that I think everybody should know about. But I watched this video, and it was talking about basically free energy and the type of antenna that you would need to create free energy. And it clicked with me. And I've been looking into it. And funny enough, copper is a big part of it. Mercury is a big part of it. Gold is a big part of it. And some of the structures that are all around the world that we were told were one thing, but were actually another, could have been possibly free energy devices, like Nikola Tesla wanted to give. Now, the first person that ever told me about Nikola Tesla was the guy at the restoration shop that I worked for. So I think he had to understand it. And the way he said it to me, like he knew something. You know what I'm saying? Like he was an old timer when I was a teenager working for him. You know what I'm saying? So I think he knew something that like most people didn't, or he understood. Like this guy literally would build his own circuit boards. That's how he understood things. You know what I'm saying? He's very smart. But Nikola Tesla, who used to be funded by J.P. Morgan, Chase Bank, wanted to give the world free electric. And when J.P. Morgan found out what he was actually trying to do, there's a famous quote. He said, well, how are we going to put a meter on that? How are we going to charge people for free electric? We can't have people having free electric, So he pulled all of his funding, and that Wardenclyffe Tower that Nikola Tesla built, which some people don't even realize, not only was it a huge tower with an antenna, but it had a 100-foot ground rod that went into the earth. Think about that, and there's a whole big thing about Nikola Tesla. If you look into the patents that he was putting out, I don't think, and a lot of people speculate, that he wasn't patenting things that he was inventing. He was reverse engineering technology that was already here. Okay. Because he was putting out like a patent every 2 days for years, which is like unheard of, or something like that. Unheard of amount of patents in a short amount of time. But anyway, for all the benefits, like, we attribute a lot of the stuff we have today to Nikola Tesla's research, the electric that we use, the radios, some even think weapons. But that man died broke and poor because he was trying to give people free energy, and people that were funding him didn't want that. So if I could sit here in my shop and experiment, I would absolutely experiment on some free energy shit. And I'd love to give the world free energy. You know what I'm saying? I think we should all have that. So, let's see what else we got here. We let the videos play even if we aren't there. They're so peaceful. We know it helps you. Thanks a lot, man. I appreciate that. They'll meet the 50 face to barrel. Yeah. Yeah, we don't play around over here, man. Like, especially like when I'm here by myself, there are personal protection devices like all over. Like I can't move one way or the other without being able to grab something. And I like big caliber stuff, you know what I'm saying? Like if I have to resort to that, um, you're gonna feel it. I always enjoyed the inclusion of your security in some of the videos to discourage people you don't want, you don't know, dropping by unannounced. Yeah, I'm. It's not that I want people. I just like, it's not going to be an easy lick if someone's going to try to do me dirty. Um, they tricked a lot of people. LEDs were built to cost everyone more money in the end. Yeah, you're right, dude. It ain't because the people that spend a shitload of money retrofitting their whole parking lot 5 years ago, now they're going to have to do it again. And, the maintenance cost, like I've recycled HID lights. Some of them lights were probably up there for 20 years. And there could have been, some of them still had the original ballast in them, or they just changed the bulb out every couple years, unless there was a lightning strike. But they're not maintainable. Like you could have the same fixture, but you just change the ballast out. You change the bulb. You go to a more efficient ballast. Back in the day, it was metal halides, and they had, or I think it was high pressure sodiums, metal halides, multi vapor, all different stuff. And now that that's gone away, there's no real maintenance. You know what I'm saying? And then some of these fly by night companies came in, sold a bunch of LEDs that within a year that business was out of business. It's like those wire strippers. They come in, they sell you a bunch of wire strippers, and then now they don't have that wire stripper no more. It's the same thing with the LEDs. And then now all these people are stuck with these lights that they can't get parts for, they can't get drivers for. And the thing about the drivers is the LEDs, man, you got to have a driver that has the same the millivolt or milliamps and the wattage specific to the amount of LEDs on the board. You can't just stick a big drive. It just doesn't work. And they're having problems. And it's becoming an issue. Just like he said, man. People got hoodwinked into that one. Okay. Let's see if we can catch up here. Scandemic 2.0 coming in 24, bro. Hope DeSantis doesn't go along with it. Now, here's the deal. Okay. And this is something I'm going to get into in my other channel because I don't like getting political over here. But I have a lot to say. And I think it's going to be for another channel. But I am going to say this. Ron DeSantis, Joe Biden, any governor, any politician, they're public servants, okay? They work for you. Who are they to tell you what you can and can't do, or to shut down your business, or to make a rule, a regulation, or a law that affects your life directly? You know what I'm saying? Like these people, like, they're supposed to be your representative, right? When's the last time anyone came to you and said, "Hey, John," or whatever, just making that up. "Hey, John, we want this law. What do you think about it?" Do they ask your permission, or do they just go ahead and trample all over you with some bullshit that you don't like? And you know what I'm saying? It's our fault for allowing it to happen because they do all this stuff. No one ever shows up and says, hey, man, what the hell are you doing? Did you ask my permission to do that? You're paying them. Who are they to tell you anything? You know what I'm saying? Here's the deal with politicians, okay? Until we get to the point where every politician has this one thing, should be the first thing they think about. Is what I'm doing going to directly benefit the American people? If that's not the first thing on their list, they don't need to be in that job, okay? And if you look at all these politicians, these representatives that are clearly running this country into the ground, you know, they just don't need to be there. They're not. It doesn't seem, in my opinion, this is my opinion, they're not there doing our best interest. You know what I'm saying? They're there doing someone else's best interest. And this is a big part of my other channel. I'll just tell you this. The government, now this is, I don't know about other countries, but here in the United States, who it's supposed to be for the people, by the people, the United States government, you know, is on the Dun & Bradstreet list as a corporation. Now, the Dun & Bradstreet is a list of all corporations around the country. I don't know about the world, but I know if you have a corporation, you're on the Dun & Bradstreet. And the United States government is on there. The municipality, like the local states, the local cities, they're a corporation. What do corporations have? They have shareholders. So your tax dollars aren't going to repair the roads, buildings, and blah, blah, blah. Your tax dollars are going in someone's pocket, man. You know? And whether you like Trump or not, there's something he said in a speech that no one really took note of. He said, when we go back to the White House, it's going to be in lowercase letters. Now, if you look at your driver's license, there's a reason it's in capital letters. It's because they've made you a corporation. And it's very complex and very confusing. And you have to like study law to understand what it is, what they've done, what they're doing. But the only way a corporation can do business with you is if you're a corporation yourself. And they've created a corporation for you through your birth certificate, through your social security card, your driver's license, and they do business with your corporation. And you may think it's a bunch of bullshit, but I know someone personally that took control of their corporation, and their birth certificate literally says deceased on it. And the cities and the states and the government is not allowed to contract with them without their permission. It's very confusing. And they did it for a reason. You know, you're not when you go into when you go to public schools, you're not educated, you're indoctrinated. They don't teach you about how the world really works. You know, as I wouldn't call him great, but John D. Rockefeller once said, I want a nation of workers, not thinkers. First of all, who the fuck is he to want a nation of anything? He wasn't elected anything. You know what I'm saying? He's a business owner. But you know what? He has a point. Think about the education system. Do you think you were educated when you went to school? No, I didn't finish school because not that I was dumb or couldn't comprehend what they were teaching. I didn't like the structuring. I didn't like feeling like, I got to raise my hand, ask permission to do this or do that. And they were force feeding you certain things that just to me didn't make sense. Maybe it's because I have an old soul and my soul was telling me, F these people, man. They're not educating you. They're doing you dirty. You know, who was that? One of my favorite comedians, George Carlin. He's got a great bit about how you have a perception, or you think you're voting. You think you have a choice. You don't have a choice. You have owners. They own you. Think about what I was talking about with Jeff Bezos and gobbling up all the local businesses. They own all the important stuff. You know what I'm saying? So it's hard to get around it. That's why I said the only way around that is local. You know what I'm saying? Love your neighbor. Most people don't even know their neighbors, or are friendly with them. But your neighbor's it's your best friend, man. They're going to look out for you. They should be looking out for you more than the government. But that's a whole nother topic. I can go on for hours about that stuff. Let's see. Yeah, so be careful about the scandemic coming, or if they do anything, you just gotta realize, man, your voice is very powerful, and the last thing they want, the government or these people, whatever, is for all of us people to get along, black, white, Asian, whatever you're from, it doesn't matter. The people that are on the ground doing the work, you know what I'm saying? The people that are working, the average Joe, doesn't matter where you come from. You know what I'm saying? There's so much divide. The left, the right, they got people brainwashed, man. It's sad. It really is sad, the amount of brainwashing going on. Like I said, the left and right, everything down to even like people hating on other people because of a football team they like, or because they're Democrat or Republican. You know what I'm saying? Who cares? It's all the same shit. It's all a big show. You know what I'm saying? You know what? If you didn't have a TV, okay, you would have never known there was a pandemic. It was just on the TV, man. It's all a show. All right, let's see what else we got. It's hard to find any small hardware stores anywhere in New Jersey. Yeah. Even down here in South Florida, there's I know of one small Ace Hardware, or maybe two. There's one out west. But even those, you go in there and everything's so expensive because, they have to have that inventory on their shelves. And then places like Home Depot and Lowe's come in and run them little guys out of business. But you should man, more people should get together. And if you have a passion for someone, say you wanted a hardware store, it should be almost like a GoFundMe, but friends and family, get together and put each other in business. It's the only way. There's an amazing book. It's called The Iron Republic. And in that book, it talked about, the Iron Republic wouldn't let big corporations come in. And just take, for instance, shoes. Instead of having a factory where a bunch of machines were cranking out shoes, they wouldn't allow that. Because you know what? That factory with those machines, how are those machines, say those 10 machines came in and put 100 people out of business or 100 people out of work. Did those machines benefit those 100 people, or did those machines benefit the one guy that owns them? So they didn't allow that to happen. They made sure that those 100 people still had jobs. You know what I'm saying? And it could be something as simple as having a t-shirt store. Make your own shirts. Go buy the shirts locally from that person. You know what I'm saying? Don't buy it from Walmart. You know, I mean, unfortunately, like I buy a lot of clothes from Walmart because they're cheap. I'm not a materialistic person, but like there's who's locally. I mean, if someone can point me to someone locally that makes shirts made in America locally, I'll buy it. I'll support them. You know, I'd love to. And everybody should do that. Let's see what else we got here. I agree with you, my friend. For these reasons, we must educate ourselves so we can adapt. Yeah, you definitely got to educate yourself. I've learned more being out on my own than I ever did in school. There's actually a channel on YouTube. It's an Australian guy, I think. It's called Autodidactic, which means self-educated. Interesting channel. You should go check that out. And Tech with Tech, yeah. Have I ever checked out government bid auctions online? I know it takes money to make money, but these items online, state government auctions, yeah. There's a couple of them down here in Florida. They owe us money for interest they've been drawn on each individual. Yeah, that's a whole rabbit hole, man. You go down, man. It'll make you. It'll open your eyes and make you mad at the same time that we've been like hoodwinked. Um, but I hate to get into that on this channel. Um, I don't like getting into politics, but where are we at here? 3 hours and 58 minutes. Wow. So I know I've probably been rambling on forever. What time is it? It's almost 12 o'clock. Yeah, I got to. I think I'm gonna deal with that copper in the morning. I actually got to go. They got more copper. They probably already stripped all the big stuff, you know, because they, like I said, they pulled that copper in. It got chafed. They had to ring it. It failed inspection. They pulled it out, pulled more in. It failed. They pulled it in. It passed the third time's a charm, I guess. But yeah, they were trying to optimize as much. They wanted to get as much money back out of it as they could. So what was coming in, they were stripping most of it, and they were letting me buy, you know, whatever was left over, which was a lot. That's like the third load. Excuse me. That's like the third load I got a big wire like that, and they might even have some left. I didn't get a chance to go back down there on Friday, so they probably stripped most of what they had there. But I did give them a big Gaylord box, so I'll probably be picking up, you know, a couple 1,000 pounds of bright and shiny. Now, I'm not going to make a lot of money on it, but I'm going to make a couple $100 probably just picking it up and driving it to Miami and selling it. They're actually down there, so it's only like 40 minutes from there to my buyer. So it'll be a nice, quick couple $100 just for loading it and taking it, you know. Now, I would have rather stripped it, but you know, then I would have had to take it back here, offload it, strip it, box it back up, send it back down to Miami. So even though I would have made a little bit more money, I would have had a lot of labor involved, you know. So just buying bright and shiny like that on that volume and just selling it, it's a pretty good deal. And that's how the local scrap yards, like the one guy that says the one guy that said they make 20%. That seems like 20%. So if say, you know, it's $3 and let's just say it's $3, they would be making 60 cents a pound. I'm illiterate, so maybe my math is off, but that seems like way too much. Because if you gotta look at Comex, you know what I'm saying? Whatever the Comex is, what's my other channel? I haven't started anything on it yet. As soon as I get the first video finished, which is going to be within the next week or two, because I Wednesday I have to go do something, and I'm gonna video part of that, and I've already videoed the last part of the 1.5 year saga that I have been through, which has been a huge stress in my life. But once the last part is finalized, you know, and this goes back to as an individual and as a people, you have the power. The government doesn't have the power. And I had to put basically the government on notice. You know what I'm saying? And assert my authority for what they were trying to do to me. And, you know, in the end, it worked out in my benefit. And I might even pursue things further, but I have to wait until everything's finalized on Wednesday. But yeah, I spoke up and I asserted my authority as an individual, and it was a game changer. You know, I put them on notice, and they caved, basically. Yeah, so James, I will definitely stay tuned. I will definitely make it widely known, because the other channel, it's going to be more of a podcast, and I want to do more live streams and talk. But I want to, it's why I'm trying to figure out this StreamYard thing. I want to be able to bring guests on. You know, not only I want to bring people on that I've found that I think would be interesting for you guys to see. I think you should know about things. But I want to talk to, you know, all you guys. Like, I watch some of the other scrappers. They'll have 4 or 5 scrappers on one live feed. I like that. You know what I'm saying? Like, I'd like to do that. If I can figure out how to do that now that I got good internet, you know what I'm saying? If any of the other scrappers out there want to get on here with me, I'd be all for that. Those other channels, I know, like the guy that was in here earlier, Scrappin' Irish, even Shark Scrapper. Who's the other guy? I see him all the time. They're always going live, and they're always like 3 or 4 people on there. I like that, man. I'd like to get that interaction with people, and you know, but before I didn't have a good internet connection, and that's why I didn't go live that often. And you know, but if this stream is good and you like the quality and the audio is coming through good, I'll go live, you know, more often. And I'd like to bring people on. But the other channel that I want to do is going to be live, which I'm going to need. I think I need to get monetized before I can go live or have 1,000 subscribers. I don't know how that works, but I think you need a couple thousand subscribers, or at least 1,000 before you get to go live. I'm thinking that was a threshold. Before I was able to go live. I'm not sure, but when I do start that channel, I would appreciate you guys going over there and giving me a sub so that I can get monetized and go live and you know, bring you guys some more content. Why, BA, why do I prefer the scrapper in Miami versus something closer? Is the relationship you have with them, is it the relationship you have with the yard? Curious if time is always a factor on profit. Why driving so much? Okay, so there's a couple things there. One, I started out in Broward County. So I have a lot of customers in Miami, Broward, which isn't too far from them. So when I go down there to sell, I normally have customers in that area that I'm picking up from. Two, I'm getting a better price than if I just sold locally. You know what I'm saying? I'm usually buying copper at the same price as the local yard. So I can't sell to the local yard. Um, so that's why I drive to Miami. And yes, I do have a very good relationship with them. I am very loyal to them. I get people all the time wanting to buy my copper, um, and offering me prices that are sometimes close. But they've done me right the whole time I've dealt with them. I like them. And let me know if you guys, let me know what you think about this. I've been thinking about doing a little series of what it would be like to work at the scrapyard. Like, would you like to see that? Because I'm pretty sure I can get them. I was actually asked by the owner of General Metals to do a video on their local yards. But what I would like to do is like a day in the life at the scrapyard, or I will literally go work at the scrapyard and like I want to run the baler. I want to run the shear. Like, load a container, what do you guys think about that? Would you watch that? Um, so that's something I've been thinking about bringing to the channel, just to bring something different. Because I don't like this. Like, I like showing what I'm doing, but I don't like to be too repetitive, man. Like, I know, like, you guys like watching the machine strip the wire, but um, like, to me, it's like, how many times can I show that? Like, so what I'd like to do is bring something different that's still within the realm of recycling, but even like with the wire stripper, um, I want to show the modifications and then what the outcome of that modification is. You know what I'm saying? Not just, oh, here's my wire stripper. Let me show you. Watch me strip wire. You know what I'm saying? Like, I want to, hey, I'm doing this to the wire stripper for this reason. Now let's see how it works. Like, that's what I want to bring in. So, but if you guys would, uh, yeah, just let me know what you think about that, because I've been thinking about that for a while. He actually asked me to go to their local yards and do like a video that they can put on their website. Um, but I would like to stay there and like work for the day. Running their machine, maybe running the scale or something, and seeing, um, like, I'd like to start out at maybe the local yards. This is the way I envision it. Maybe start out at the local yards where it's the people coming in. And I'd like to actually talk to like the scrappers, like you and me, the guys coming in to sell the scrap, and seeing what they're bringing in, and just talk with them. You know what I'm saying? And ask them, interview them basically. Hey, how'd you get into this? And where'd you come across this and stuff like that. I mean, if they're okay with being on camera or not, but um and then from that point, now where's the scrap going? Are they processing it? Let's bring it over to the shear and run the shear for a while. Let's bring it to the baler. You know what I'm saying? And then I'd like to do a video down there in Miami, like running their big baler. Like, I've actually went in the back of their big baler and talk to him about he was having some issues, and I was going over some of the electronics and the motors and stuff, and you know, um, of this big machine. And I think it would be interesting to show you guys that all the hydraulics and the panel with all the switches and how the I mean, this baler takes up a whole building. You know what I'm saying? Like, I would love to show you guys that thing. And it basically takes it's almost equivalent to taking 5 balers like that you would see at a regular scrap yard. This thing will make 1 out of those 5 basically. It's a beast mode of a machine. So I'd like to you know, bring you some of that content. All right, I'm gonna answer the rest of these questions, and I think I'm gonna cut it off. It's been like 4 hours. That would be cool. I'd like to watch you at the scrap yard. Cool. I'd like to see that. Also working the non-ferrous scrap line and expanding your knowledge of non-ferrous coming through, i.e. if you spent a moment doing, your price would go up. So I'm not really sure what you're saying there. Scrap and expanding your knowledge of non-ferrous coming through. If you spent a moment doing, the price would go up. My price would go up. Okay. Expanding my knowledge. The only thing I like, they have some. So down in Miami, they have one of those guns. It's like a $30,000 X-ray gun or something like that. I'd love to just sit there and X-ray stuff all day. So Scrapyard just wants you to direct a movie on their company, and you want to do the stunts. Well, the Scrapyard wanted me to make a video that they could put out on their website, I guess. You know, I want to go there and actually work. You know, like I want to put a head cam on it and or whatever, or just have the camera there and, you know, work the line, whatever, man. Just a day in the life at the scrapyard. I want to run the forklift or their shear or whatever, you know. Am I hiring? I used to scrap AC units and absolutely miss doing it. I'm in Broward area. Now I'm not really hiring because, like I've said, and I think in the last live stream, the scrapping that I do is kind of like part time, and I really don't have, like, you know, full time work where I could keep someone busy all day, and it's just, you know, usually when I have people working, I'm here with them. You know what I'm saying? So it's not like I would have people here working when I'm not here. Maybe one day I'll get to the point where I could hire some people. I'm probably going to have to do that soon, and start getting back into like trying to solicit more customers, which seems like it's getting harder and harder because there's more and more people looking to do the recycling and scrapping. And from the feedback that I get from my customers, they're just getting a slew of people coming in there trying to buy their copper. I mean, it's getting crazy out there, you know. That's why I said, man, you got to come correct, and you got to have a different angle. And there's a couple things that I do now that help me that probably 99% of the people don't even know about. which kind of gets me in with the electricians, which we'll have to get into in future videos. I'd watch strippers at the scrapyard. That's funny. I've I've always thought about doing a video of like how to strip wire like a pro, and just have like some girls over here feeding the wire stripper that look like they're strippers. Just as like a spoof, you know. I would watch monster balers, absolutely. Yeah, those big balers are some serious things, man. Non-ferrous Jeff does that. I'm gonna have to look that up. I don't think I've seen. Is that a YouTube channel? I guess. Not just car crushing, they are a full service scrapyard. Okay, so I'll have to take a look at that. I think I'm all caught up on the questions. Yes, YouTube. Okay. All right. Well, it's been 4 hours and 16 minutes. I'm getting hungry. I'm going to have to find something to eat at almost 12 o'clock at night. Maybe I'll next time I'll start the stream. If I'm going to do it on the weekend, I'll start it earlier, you know, because it seems like I can easily do a 4-hour stream. What's this guy saying? I meant anything that you saw that could help scrappers increase their prices. Oh, okay. If you saw scrap coming in that needed minimal amounts of processing for better return. Oh, yeah. Okay. That makes sense now. Yeah, thank you guys all for coming into the stream, man. I really appreciate it. I know I don't go live much, and usually when I do a stream, it's just random out of the blue. I tried to give notice in my last video, and I apologize for yesterday not being able to come on here because I usually I'm on Safari because if you know the conspiracy thing about Google Chrome, one, it tracks everything you do, and two, if you look at the Chrome logo, it's basically like a 666, which is crazy. Everything in our world is like satanic if you take it down. But anyway, I forgot my my passcode, so I literally couldn't go live because Safari doesn't let you go live stream. You have to be on Chrome or some other browser or something like that. But it is a work in progress. I plan on doing more live streams. I enjoy talking with you guys and answering questions, and maybe you know, if trying to help you guys out if you want to try to get more customers and stuff like that. And I'm gonna have to start trying to get more customers because I have to make this place pay for itself. And which is like that guy said, am I hiring? Not at the moment, but I probably will be, or I'm going to be looking for some full-time help. But it's got to be the right person, right situation. You know what I'm saying? And which has always kind of hindered me because I've had many partners in the past that never worked out. There was always something that made me back off from the situation, or they just straight up tried to burn me in some way. So I'm very, you know, cautious about who I let into my circle, you know. But I'm gonna have to find the right person and the right employees, because for me to get to where I want to go, I'm gonna have to have a team behind me, and I'm looking for the right team. So, you know, and on the YouTube side, it does help. You know what I'm saying? The money I get from YouTube, and I'm hoping that it increases. Not that I'm making all these videos just for like the money. Like I said before, I could easily make more money recycling and putting my energy into that rather than the money I get from YouTube. There's a huge difference. But I like the interaction with you guys, and you know, I want to help. I want to show. I think I've said this before. I want it to like come together with everybody to kind of come up with the best process for each scenario. You know what I'm saying? And I'm hoping that in the future here, if you know things work out with this editor, and I can spend more time in the shop, I can come up with more videos for the different processes. And like I'd like to do a video on, like I see a bunch of people out there recycling electric motors in different ways. I'd like to try all the different steps, and I'll give my opinion on each one of them, what I like and what I don't like, and then try them all, put it to the test, you know, time it and see which one's going to work the most cost effective way. You know what I'm saying? You know, we all put our minds together, we can come up with, you know, the best way of doing things. You know, there's many ways to skin a cat, but you know, one way is going to be easier than the other for different people and different, you know, scenarios. And that's why I like talking to people from around the world. I love the YouTube for that. You know, getting opinions from people from other countries. You know what I'm saying? Because in other countries, they're just maybe taught a different way. You know what I'm saying? And they do things differently. So, you know, I'm looking forward to all that. I'm looking forward to the interactions and more live streams. I really like going live and talking to you guys. Nothing like the smell of copper wire being stripped early in the morning. Yeah, I got a video coming out soon. I think the editor is actually editing it, and they have it now. I started stripping wire at like 3 o'clock in the morning over here. I stripped it, loaded it, was in Miami at like 7:30, and then by like 9 or 10, I had already bought another whole load of copper. You know, so yeah, we hustle over here, man. But on that note, I could just sit here and keep talking, but I'm getting hungry, and I know it's getting late. And people are probably wanting to go to bed. I appreciate everybody for tuning into this live stream. I hope you enjoyed it. I hope you enjoyed watching me strip that wire back there. Let me know if you want to see more videos of me working in the shop. I have the setup now. I have the inner. Hopefully, this stream came through crystal clear and the audio came through with no glitches. I will absolutely love to do more live streams, breaking stuff down, and you know, I'm just sitting here shooting the shit with you guys. So, thank you for everybody that came by. Thank you for the 2 people, Electronic Scrapper and Brian Bradshaw, that donated. I really appreciate that. That money's going to go right to the editor to bring you guys more videos. And I will hopefully, I have been, and if you noticed, I dropped a lot of videos last week. So I'm trying to keep up that pace. I have a lot of footage shot, and I have all the old footage I'm going through myself. All the new footage I am shooting for the editor to edit. So thank you to special shout out to Silverlicious. He reached out to me wanting to be a moderator. You see him in there moderating. And he gave me some good pointers about, you know, live streams and when to go live and whatnot. I really do appreciate that. And thank you to everybody that watched. I'm going to sign off for now, go get something to eat. And I will see you guys in the next video.